They try to silence the truth we shout, but we're still here, we're still calling out. Corruption hides behind a badge of name. We light the fire, expose the shame. We're justice seekers, we'll fight the fight for every voice lost in the night. My life mattered is the cry we sing for the ones they tried to bury within. It's just us, we're a movement wide. Together we rise, won't run nor hide. The stories echo, the pain runs deep. For stolen lives we can't just weep. Elected power but their hearts are cold. We'll bring the truth, let it be told. We're justice seekers, we'll fight the fight for every voice lost in the night. My life mattered is the cry we sing for the ones they tried to bury within. It's just us, we're a movement wide. Together we rise, won't run nor hide. We're justice seekers, we'll fight the fight. The hidden wounds, undo the harm. Calling out corruption, we'll stand tall. For justice and truth, we'll risk it all. My life mattered is the cry we sing. Together we rise, let freedom ring. They try to silence the truth we shout, but we're still here, we're still calling out. Corruption hides behind a badge of name. We light the fire, expose the shame. We're justice seekers, we'll fight the fight for every voice lost in the night. My life mattered is the cry we sing for the ones they tried to bury within. It's just us, we're a movement wide. Together we rise, won't run nor hide. The stories echo, the pain runs deep. For stolen lives we can't just weep. Elected power but their hearts are cold. We'll bring the truth, let it be told. We're justice seekers, we'll fight the fight for every voice lost in the night. My life mattered is the cry we sing for the ones they tried to bury within. It's just us, we're a movement wide. Together we rise, won't run nor hide. Justice seekers will fight the fight for heroes, undo the harm, calling out corruption. We'll stand tall for justice and truth. We'll risk it all. My life mattered is the cry we sing. Together we rise. Let freedom ring.
Hi there. Welcome, social change warriors and justice seekers. Welcome to another edition of Social Change Warriors Presents Friday Night Lies. Are they lying? Are they telling the truth? Are they being evasive? What the heck is going on right now in America, everyone? It feels as if the last 3 weeks, the crime rate has risen. I don't know why I feel that way. I'm going to have to look into the statistics next week, but it's been a horrific summer. I'm just saying that because that's how it feels. Julie and I were chatting about it the other day. It's just missing person after missing person, homicide after homicide. I can't even bear it. And I'm trying to do this, right? I'm trying to do this as a volunteer. And if I can't bear it, how can you bear it? How can the general population bear it? I'm astounded. I have to tell y'all, I'm astounded. Welcome to all of our regulars. I love you all. Thank you for being here on Friday nights with us and any other night that I live stream about justice for homicide victims and their families who have no justice, and for those who are missing, presumed unalived by the hands of someone else and have no justice. That's what we're here for. We're social change warriors, and we're proud to represent all the families that we have been working with for the past year. What we're not happy about is that we haven't solved anything yet. We're working on it hard, and a lot of us are caring and advocating and constantly speaking the names of these dear souls who were unalived by the hands of someone else. But all of our 17 victims and their families that we have been advocating for since last August, this is our year anniversary month, we aren't there yet. Either their cases are stalled in the courts, or they're stalled out of the courts trying to get into the courts, or there's still no suspects, or the suspects are getting away with the M word, which we don't like, right? We do not like that, because we are about justice, because we're about people not getting unalived. We're about bringing down the crime rate, advocating for better protection for our communities, advocating for less dirty, stinky cops in our police departments making horrible decisions and sometimes fatal decisions, and a lot of times very narcissistic, always not criminal, but narcissistic decisions that affect our communities. So welcome again. We're Social Change Warriors. We are a volunteer advocacy program where we fight with the families like hell for justice for their loved ones and for justice for the missing, to help find them, hopefully we pray alive, but if not, then justice as to what happened to them and where have they been. So we have had a busy week here with all of the different victims and their families and their either missing persons situation or their unalived situation with no justice. So we have a lot of updates for you tonight, a lot of content. And so welcome. I appreciate you all so much. So let's bring our resident Bostonian up on the stage with us, Julie. Hi, Julie.
Hey, everybody. Are we ready for some football? Yes, we are.
Yes, let's start out.
Everybody's dying. It sucks. Now here's Julie. But we have football. Yay. Football. It's preseason, but we're football. And we're making moves in Boston, in Massachusetts, in Boston. So cheers to that.
I knew you could lighten the mood a little, Julie. I have to start off with reality, but
I'm a ray of friggin' sunshine. I live in reality.
You're a ray of Sunshine, Julie. I had to start out with the update because that's what we do here. We are people who follow true crime and we advocate for victims of homicide, of being unalived by the hands of someone else. It sucks. It's not easy to do. So sometimes we do have to start out Friday Night Lies with a little bit of a little bit of light news, things that Julie and I like to follow personally, because we have to keep our heads about us, our wits about us, because during the week when we're doing our research and we're speaking to families and working with them on their cases off of a live stream, that's rough stuff, guys. And I know you've heard me say it before, and I'm going to keep saying it. It is tough. It is tough to speak to these moms and dads. And so I want to start out, before we get into our content for tonight with Julie and some of the lighter fare that we may have for you. But I just want to start out with asking any of you that are in the Chicago area. And I know we have our dear MCAT, and we do have our friends Kim and Kathy in Wisconsin. So it's not out of the realm of possibility that this young lady, could be anywhere in the Midwest still. There's no way to know. But where is Josephine Lauderman? I'm hopefully going to be working with her family. I put out a request to represent them as their victim advocate, and I haven't heard back yet. But in the meantime, regardless if we are brought on as a victim advocate, we will continue to advocate for Josephine, because she is on Facebook and on social media. Her family is asking for help. So we'll help the best we can. But I'd like to help on a higher level because this is close to home for me. As you all know, I'm from Wisconsin. But Josephine's been missing since June. I literally just, someone forwarded this to me. I have some really great angels out there in social media, and they look out for me and they let me know when they see things that I might be interested in helping with. And like I said, rather the family, they may already have someone that they're actually paying. They may not need me, but if they need me as a volunteer, I want to help with this because I'm from Wisconsin, and I have lots of friends who live in Illinois and Chicagoland area. And it just, again, it's heartbreaking. This is not too much different than what Sarah Ebersol, who I'm still helping to advocate for her missing person situation, and 2.5 years now in the making, and the police not really cooperating much with the family, not helping, not taking phone calls. And now it looks like that might be the case here as well, where the police are not returning phone calls for 3 days. And that was a post that was made by Josephine's father on Facebook today, that why have they not returned his calls for 3 days? Well, I want to know that too, Mr. Landerman. Why aren't the police returning a frantic parent's calls? So whatever I can do to help, I hope I can. We'll see if they need me or not. But in the meantime, if you're in that area, anywhere in the Midwest, I mean, if she was taken, she could really be anywhere. So that's scary. But if this is maybe a mental health crisis and she's just with a friend and they don't know that, at this point, she could be, anywhere in the Midwest as well, possibly. So even in Wisconsin. So here's her photo. I'll have a lot more information on her next Wednesday on my Angry Bitch Club night, where I highlight women who have been hurt or who are missing. And we talk about their cases and get you as much information as we can on Wednesdays. So please keep her family in your prayers, obviously. But if you can help by remembering her beautiful face, or even taking a screenshot and putting these on posters and put them out around your town, anything like this can help. Now, MCAT says, had not heard of Josephine, what can I do? Thank you, MCAT. I'm hoping to be in touch with her dad, hopefully tomorrow, or someone in the family. And I will see if I can get a missing poster. I know they just recently put out a nationwide, finally. I mean, it's freaking August, and they're finally now. And this is what's very depressing for me about a lot of these missing person cases. They just do not get on these very fast. I mean, Sarah Ebersol didn't even have a missing person poster. Her roommate made one. For the longest time, the Marion County Sheriffs did not make a missing person flyer for Sarah Ebersol, which was just disgraceful. And I mean, why this happens with our missing, I read an article earlier this week, how we treat our missing is insane. We treat them as if they ran away from home when they're adults, and adults don't typically do that. Now we have another missing young man out of Florida, and this is heartbreaking because I just found out right before I came on live that they have found a body of a person in a pond near the I-75. And I just got made fun of by one of my new Florida friends today that Wisconsinites and Midwesterners, we always say I'm going on the 90 or I'm going on the 95. Well, I guess in the rest of the world, they don't say that, but we do in the Midwest. Everyone knows that. And especially if you're from Wisconsin. So this is the 75, where he was in a car with his supposedly new cousins, allegedly his cousins that he had just met. He was with his family visiting new family in Florida that he had not met before. And he went missing. He went to go like to their house and he was in a car with them on the 75. And then he was missing. And the cousins said that he became erratic and wanted to get out of the car and that they let him get out of the car on the I-75. And then there's this very ominous, scary, horrible text that no mother ever wants to get it. And it was, "Mom, help." And that's it. And it's just heartbreaking. And it's horrible whose ever body's in that pond, whether it's his or not. But this is terrible. And 18 years old, on a vacation with his family. I just don't know why these things happen, how they keep happening. It just makes me want to scream, screaming daisies. Welcome back. And it hurts me. Oh no. Is she saying it was him? Oh no, screaming daisies. I didn't hear that. I just heard that they found it, but that they hadn't recovered him yet. Oh no, this is terrible. Oh man. All right. Oh man, this is horrible. I hate this stuff. 18 years old, his whole life ahead of him. Thank you, Screaming Daisies. I appreciate that. I'm so sad. I am so sad. This is horrible, horrible, horrible. And so, all right. Well, now officially we'll be looking into this so we can follow along with what's happening with the investigation. I'll try to get as much information as I can for you by next week. This is terrible. It's just, like I said, between finding out about this young man and this young lady and still having no answers this week and no detectives returning my call on Sarah Ebersol this week, where they used to be really great about returning my calls and answering some very, minimal questions that I ask of them, and got no response from them this week. No response back from Deshaun Hudson, who was shot 14 times in an Applebee's about an hour from my house. And they're claiming that the person gets to use Florida stand your ground law. Trying to get a meeting with them because after looking over all the evidence with Brittany the last couple Thursdays, I don't see it as that at all. I see absolutely zero reason why this person should get to use Florida stand your ground law. And unfortunately, this young man's family, there's not finances for an attorney. So Brittany is a wonderful human, and she comes to a lot of our live shows now. She loves to advocate and help advocate for others. She was a very good friend of Deshaun's. So we're working together to see what we can do to raise more awareness for Deshaun. There's like no media coverage for this young man. And that just pisses me off too. So, but good news is that the last gentleman I showed on our screen tonight, let me see if I can pull this up for you. Oh, hang on, it's the other one. Remove. Hang on, let me put the picture back up for you. We have good news coming from his parents. Let me just put his picture back up for you guys, because some of you were following his case with me on Thursday nights, calling out corruption. He's passed away, and this was a homicide investigation that was not, that the perpetrators framed him for what looked to be an accidental death. He was, trigger warning, this is rough, hit by a train. So this happened in South Carolina, and the parents, it never made sense for the parents that he would have been up on a train track in the middle of the night and allow himself to be hit by a train. I mean, he wasn't an abuser of alcohol or drugs or anything like that. He had been at a house party that night. Everyone knew that he had been there. And so they did their own investigative work. And the father was actually worked in the county where this happened to his child. And they pushed it off to another, the Department of South Carolina, that, like, we call it the Florida Department of Law Enforcement down here. So that's the South Carolina Department of Law Enforcement, just like the Massachusetts State Police for you guys in Mass. And they did an investigation, but it was very sloppy and poor. And the parents felt that this was possibly a cover up, that the people who unalived their son and made it look like he got hit by a train had relatives within the judicial system, kind of similar to Ellen Greenberg, where her fiance had an uncle that was a judge. And so, like I said, I say this every Friday, this is not just happening to all of you beautiful people in Massachusetts. This is happening in Indiana, South Carolina, Florida, Illinois, Wisconsin, you name the state, it's happening. We just don't always find out about it right away, or if ever, because there's just a lot of it gets covered up and swept under the rug for an indeterminate amount of time until somebody finally calls it out and brings it out into the light. So keep your thoughts and your prayers going for the family of Daniel Reed Smith. And they told me they'll hopefully have updates for me within a couple weeks to a month. We have not been live streaming anything too technical because they hired a private investigator and they have a lawyer and there's a lot going on. Same with Jason Veach. We haven't been able to live stream any progress again because there's legal action involved. So when we can report and tell you, we most certainly will. So thank you everyone for advocating for all of the victims and their families that we have been standing for and advocating for the past year. And happy anniversary to us. This is our 1 year anniversary month, and I appreciate all of you so much. And especially Julie on Friday nights. We just really enjoy working together on Friday nights and bringing you the facts as we see them, and talking about where the lies are and where is the corruption and what the heck is going on in this world right now. So yeah, thank you, MCAT. In South Carolina, the unit's called SLED. Thank you. I knew there was an acronym that reminded, we got big thunder going on out here. Yes, SLED, South Carolina Law Enforcement Department. I think that's it. So yeah, thank you, MCAT. We are 1 year this month. So thank you so much. And hi, Kathy. Welcome tonight to my dear friend from Madison, Wisconsin. Kathy, hi, Vermont Bread Smith. Great to see you. Have you back, Screaming Daisies. Kim from Madison, Kathy's dear friend and former coworker. Of course, we've got Julie here with us. So welcome everybody live. Welcome on the replay as well. I really appreciate all of you that check us out on the replay. I know you have a lot of live streaming now. It's just pretty. Julie, have you ever looked at how much there is in true crime? Have you noticed?
I haven't noticed, but who was talking about somebody said that like America's new fascination, because they were talking about like the Epstein stuff and Trump, and they're like, well, I think that people because they're like, well, why won't this go away? And they're basically saying like, well, they underestimate how much Americans and people worldwide love true crime. And it's like, well, that's kind of true. I mean, I really didn't get into true crime as much as I got into like the documentaries about like a certain subject, like the one that's on now, that's on HBO that that OB talked about because that happened in Austin. It's the yogurt parlor murders, where they tried to figure out what happened, and she like went through and she's like, well, I don't know what's gonna happen, but we'll keep tabs on it. Like, it looked fascinating, and like I had no idea about it. Just started watching it and was like, look at that, it's in Austin. I wonder if OB knows about it. And then she started talking about it and she's like, yeah. And then you think you guys got crazy up in Massachusetts. Well, listen to this about our DA. She wore a Hannibal Lecter mask, and this was like, holy shit. So it's going to be interesting. But yeah, there's a whole bunch of shit going on. I mean, just Jimmy this morning had what's her face had Kathy from Gossip Rumor Innuendo, and they went over all the Adelson stuff and like you didn't hear it from me, but you heard this. So we kind of got like the Reader's Digest version, which is fascinating how all these people just like go about their day. And like, and like Kathy said, what's her face? Adelson likes to think of the judge as the concierge to the jail. Like, my pillow's not soft enough and my back hurts and this and my ears and do these people live in an alternate reality? Like, are we the only ones on Earth, and they're like on like alternate Earth somewhere? Like, but like we have to mingle with them. We're like, we live here in reality. I don't know what you're doing over here, but we're occupying the same space, and one of us needs to be sensible. But yeah, there's all sorts of shit like that. Exactly.
Well, we try to be as sensible as we can here at Social Change Warriors. We try to give you the facts, tell it like it is, give you our opinion. You don't always have to agree. You do not have to agree with us. I do not have to agree with you, but we can agree to disagree many times, and we can still get along. So that's how we treat other content creators, Julie and I too. We may not agree with, like, Grant Smith Ellis, and we're going to talk about that in a minute. First, I want to tell Kathy. So maybe that's a me thing, Kathy. Maybe that's not a Wisconsin thing. But this a new friend of mine down here in Florida told me that they have friends in Wisconsin and that they say it like I do too. They call it the 95 or I'm going up the 75. So I don't think it is just me. But if you've never heard that from others, I don't know what to say. She said I must have missed the memo, but I don't. I've been doing that forever, so maybe I might have got it from my father because
she wasn't in Wisconsin school that day.
Right. My dad, we traveled when I was a kid back and forth all the time from Madison to Milwaukee. And so I might have picked it up from my dad saying, well, we're going to hop on the 95. He wouldn't have just said, we're going to hop on 95. He would have just said, we're going to hop on the 95. So I'm pretty confident I got that from my dad. But my new Packer buddy down here in Florida that I just met recently, he told me that he has friends in Kenosha and Racine and that he's been to like 4 Packer games. And he's from here, from Daytona Beach. And he teased me today when we were chatting on the phone that he thinks that's a Wisconsin thing. So maybe others. Now I'll have to do a poll. Okay.
MCAT's got you. MCAT's got you.
Do you put the word "the" in front of your interstate? Yes or no?
MCAT's got you.
Okay, MCAT, I love that. So MCAT is saying, we do that in Chicago. We say we are going to the Walmart. Note, I am a cheesehead, so maybe that's it. Oh my gosh, you know what? I think it might be a Jersey thing too, because my dear friend Ellen, my Florida mother, she used to say, well, I'm heading over to the Walmarts today, and she would put an S on the end of everything. That's a Jersey thing I've heard, putting an S on everything. Is that true, Shauna? You're closer to Jersey than I am.
Oh, I don't know. I think that might be fighting words with Shauna.
Shauna, are you out there? Jersey. Calling our New Yorker. Shauna, where are you? Earth to Shauna. So anyway, yeah, that is funny. Okay, so again, I want to start on a little bit of a light note. I want to chat with you guys a little bit about, hang on, I gotta go find it now. Where are we? Where did I put it? There we go. Let's talk about Tom Brady. I'm glad my mom doesn't attend these live streams because she would have a meltdown right now. She does not like Tom Brady. I know, Julie. We got some. Those are some fighting words, Julie says. But yeah, my mom's not a fan, and it's mostly because of, as she puts it, Deflategate. She loves to reminisce about Deflategate. Now, Julie, what's your opinion on that?
Did he cheer for Brett Favre? I mean, I love Brett Favre on the field. I mean, off the field, he's the biggest asshole shithead on this side of the gridiron. But allegedly, on the field, it's amazing.
Allegedly, Julie. Allegedly.
Oh, what? That he's the biggest asshole shithead? That's my opinion. That's not allegedly. And I think a lot of, I mean, he even calls himself an asshole. But I don't know about shithead. But we can ask him. Brett Favre, do you consider yourself an asshole shithead?
Oh my gosh. Let's see if he'll come on Social Change Warriors and we can ask him. Yeah, so Brady got a statue tonight, right? And they had this big unveiling. Yep. I haven't had time to check into it. I was checking up on other things.
And then he did a fiery speech.
Did you go watch the unveiling?
Oh, did I go? No. No, I watched it here, and it was, of course, it was breaking news throughout all the channels. And like after they were done, they took pictures with Tommy. He made his remarks, and then that was it. And they're like, okay, let's talk about this like random schlub for the Red Sox. It's like, give me Tommy Brady. I want all the Tommy Brady all the time. All Tommy Brady. That's all I want.
MCAT's giving you the serious eye roll right now. She says, eye roll, Tom Brady, LOL. And then she says, Tom Brady touched the balls. I love Brett Favre.
I love Brett Favre too. I love Brett Favre. He like Iron Man extraordinaire. But off the field, that's a different story. But on the field, yes, Iron Man galore.
Yeah.
Throw a rocket ball, give all of his coaches heart attacks. That's the guy you want.
So I heard it was a 12-foot statue. I'll try to find a picture of it during the night while we're talking. We'll put it back up. I didn't get a chance. There she is. I knew Shauna would pop up if I asked her about Jersey girls.
Oh, because we were talking about New Jersey, and I said, oh, it's gonna make Shauna mad. Being a New Yorker.
I just wanted to know if putting the S's at the end of things is a Jersey thing, Shauna. Never heard the before a highway, but the Bronx is the only the before
Oh yeah. The Bronx, not like the
Oh, that's
not
right.
like the Brooklyn, the
Bronx.
this, right? Not like the Queens, but the Bronx.
Right. I'm from the Bronx. Hey, you're right. It's not the Queens or the
Yep.
Long Island.
Well, maybe the Staten Island, because I think you guys like keep Staten Island over there. Like we don't we like that's Jersey to us.
I would still call it Staten Island. I wouldn't say the Staten Island.
You're gonna have to talk to Miss New York City yourself.
Yeah, but yeah, Miss
I'm from up here. I'll tell you all about Boston and how we murdered the English language. I'm sorry, murdered the English language.
All right, I got something kind of crazy to show you guys. I found this. I try to look for interesting things to share with you guys.
Okay.
Yeah, this is about John Gotti. So let me pull this up because this is pretty interesting. And nobody's really I mean, you talk about him, you might see movies about him, if you're into the Mafia movies and such, but he's been gone. He died in 2002. Let me pull this up for you. It's a very short clip, but I want to chat about it for a minute because it was really surprising to me. Hang on, I got to pull it up here. Okay, and I think it'll just roll a bunch of times. So let me share my screen with y'all. It was a complete accident that I found it. I wasn't trying to find it. Sometimes I just go on and look for anything that I see that might interest you guys to share that has to do with true crime, either from now or in the past. And I found this to be interesting. Let's see here. I got it on Facebook. Okay, I found it on Facebook. Yeah, I thought I found it in a different thing, but okay, now let me.
Thing about John Gotti?
No, if I did, I wouldn't say anyway.
Thanks, hat on. Thanks, John. Who?
Gotti, who else?
For what?
For having this big party.
You know anything about John Gotti?
No, if I did, I wouldn't say anyway.
Thanks, John, hat on. Thanks, John. Who?
Gotti, who else?
For what?
For having this big party.
You know anything about John Gotti?
No, if I did, I wouldn't say anyway.
Thanks, John, hat on. Thanks, John. Who?
Gotti, who else?
I thought that was
for having this big party.
You guys
you know anything about John Gotti?
Hard to hear.
No, if I did, I wouldn't say anyway.
So, man, I got to turn it off the top too. So that accent is classic. And I was just strolling, going through Facebook looking for updates from different family members. And I ran across that, and she's got the hat on that says, "Thanks, John." And of course that you could hear the reporter saying, "Thanks who?" And she says, "John Gotti." There he says, "John Gotti." And she says, "Of course." And I just thought that was hysterical where she said, "I wouldn't say if I did." So I wonder how much do you think that young woman, I guess he threw some big party over the 4th of July. This must have been it looked like the 80s to me. Did you see the date on it? What was the date?
No, but he came back from, I don't know what it was, and it was 4th of July, and he
89.
said, "Hey, okay, all right, yeah." He said, "Hey, do you have money for bail? Do you have money for this? Well, then light him up." And he had and set up a whole bunch of stuff.
So this was a street party in Queens, defying NYC's ban on fireworks that Gotti threw, this huge street party. So and then they handed out these hats, and I just thought, wow, do you think she had a clue who he really was? I don't think so.
I don't know. I
don't think so.
I mean, people that do things like that, there's a certain code, and it might be, old school and forgotten. Like, you don't draw attention to shit like that. And he threw that out the window. And there are other people that emulate, and they throw that shit out the window. And it's almost like spitting in the face. Like, okay, go ahead, arrest me. Like, you're just tempting the fates. But that's neither here nor there.
I don't really think people in college or in college age really paid that much attention to how kind of out in the public the Mafia still was in the 80s. I mean, it was obviously out in the public in the 40s, 50s, 60s until the whole, FBI thing. But I mean, they're still out there. They're still there. It's just much more on the low down, on the low key, but there are still families out there running shenanigans. It's just not pronounced as it was back in the day, but they're definitely still out there. So it's pretty unreal. But I don't really think many people paid that much attention that were, at her age. I don't think they really understood what these men and some, I mean, mostly men that ran the mafia. I don't recall any female mafia bosses that I can recall. There might have been, but not any of the big names that we were made aware of and that were in all the movies that they made movies about. But anyway, it's interesting. So Gotti rhymes with party. Gotti rhymes with potty. Who knew? Yes, Kat, thank you very much. So, all right, let's start out at the beginning of the week and let us have our Miss Julie, our resident Bostonian, tell you about what she was up to. I got this very suspicious.
Well, let's wait to because I want to go over some of the stuff because the stuff that happened on Tuesday is still kind of resonating, and it took longer than it should have, and some stuff came out. I think 3-4 hours ago, breaking news. I don't know if anybody's heard this, that wait a second. It was either through court order or something, but they said that they're going to release Morrissey's private emails. They have 4,100 pages of Morrissey's private emails that are going to be released that came out through the Karen Reed and Turtle stuff that they're going to release. And NBC's on it. I haven't seen much from their reporting aside from it's going to be released, but they said that most of it was done to send condolences to people, say send them flowers, do this, do that. But who knows what's going to come of it? But that just happened a couple hours ago. So,
okay.
So NBC 10 has it. I don't know if Sue's going to be on it or if NBC 10, the Twitter feed is going to have it. But they just had a little blip saying this is what it's used for. It came out with the Karen Reed and the Turtle stuff, and now
you want me to look for it?
They're going to release. More hasn't come out on it. So okay. Again, huge news story. They're going to dump it on a Friday afternoon, and hope that it kind of sneaks under the radar. So at least we're here to say hey, there's something here. I think Nurse Kim had it I had it on her Twitter too, because it's going through and it popped up. Grant had it, Nurse Kim had it, somebody else had it too, but it's on NBC 10. It's on NBC 10, which I think is NBC 10 Boston on Twitter, whatever it is. But it's going to come out over the weekend, and they actually got the physical copies, and they're going to go through and they're going to see what's there. So I don't know how to get these copies. I don't know all that much about journalism and how to get court documents and whatnot, and learning on the job. But we'll see what happens there. And then the other stuff was what the hell came out?
I've got something.
Oh, yep.
Are you ready, or do you want to go?
Oh no, you. Oh, with what happened?
I didn't mean to interrupt you. Did you have?
Oh no, I'm good. I'm good.
You wanted to say? Okay. Well, this is not breaking. It was put out 6 hours ago by our very own Aiden Kearney, Dr. Turtleboy. He writes. In April, former CNN anchor at Susan Hendricks contacted me and invited me to CrimeCon in Denver on September 6th to be interviewed by her on the main stage. He goes on to say, she spent the next 4 months lying to me and Paula Prado as we rearranged our lives to make it happen. I had no intention of writing about this, but since she's blatantly ignoring me because she doesn't have the dignity or respect to apologize or attempt to make things right, I felt compelled to tell the whole story. Here's the link to the article I published, followed by a thread. So this isn't going to be pretty for Susan Hendricks. We know that. By no way, shape, or form is this going to be pretty. So here is the this year's CrimeCon. By the way, for you guys don't know about it, CrimeCon is a convention that takes place every year, and it's always located at different venues. And this year is the 6th of September. So so he has a picture of the two of them. And then he says, this is me and Susan Hendricks outside Norfolk Superior Courthouse on June 17th during jury deliberations in the Karen Reed trial. So it's a nice photo of them. And for those of you on Twitter X, it's on the Twitter X. You can go read it there. But I was just wanting to mention this. So this is what he goes on to say. Susan is a former news anchor for CNN who has become an advocate for victims and recently published a book about the murders of 2 girls in Delphi, Indiana. So that, I don't know if those of you that followed that case, you probably might have seen the book or taken a look at it. She took the position that the defendant, Richard Allen, was guilty. I admittedly have not looked into that case as much as others, but there's a lot of people I deeply respect, attorneys Bob Mata, Ali Mata, and Andrea Burkhart, who firmly believe Allen is innocent. And so let's just take a poll. I know we don't have that many live with us right now, but if you wouldn't mind, let's just take a poll. Who believes he's innocent? Who believes he's guilty? Who believes that he shouldn't have been convicted because there wasn't enough evidence? You don't have to believe he's innocent or guilty, but you can believe that he shouldn't have been convicted for lack of evidence. I'm just curious if you guys wouldn't mind telling me that. I'd appreciate it. Julie, do you know much about that, the death of those poor dear girls and the whole Richard Allen thing?
I don't know that much about it. The only thing I do know is that I followed a little bit with Melanie Little, and she had the Matas on, and she was big into the Odin, the this, the that, and it's terrible, terrible, terrible. And then after the release of a lot of documents and sidebars and transcripts came out, it seems like what we were told wasn't exactly jiving with what was actually done in court. So
right.
I don't know. I mean, it seemed thin with the Odinism, like, everybody's out there. It's a conspiracy. And
yeah,
I don't know. I mean,
yeah, MCAT says she doesn't know enough about this one. Great. Thank you, MCAT. I appreciate that. But yes, Abby and Libby, rest in peace. Whoever did it, whether it was him or someone else, those 2 young girls, obviously that was just a travesty. And the fact that people walk among us who have absolutely no problem unaliving our loved ones. It makes you feel literally sick inside that they're just out there and we're just waiting almost daily now for something else bad to happen to a child or to a woman mostly. And then men can also obviously be abducted and be unalived by family members. It's just it's shocking and just despicable. But again, the majority of people that are unalived in our world are unalived by someone they know. That is the statistics are just shockingly disproportionate. That if you're going to get out of here off this rock, as they say, and it's not going to be of your own, of you having ill health or living to be an old age, if you're going to be taken out by the hands of someone else, it's a huge percentage that it's going to be someone you know. And so that still scares me every day, the thought of that the majority of people that are unalived are not unalived by strangers. That's a rare occurrence. So it's really sick. Kathy says, can't vote. I don't know the case. Yeah. Well, we may talk about that case one of these Friday nights, because there's a lot of people still fighting for him for justice. And that I think someone actually has volunteered as a private detective now who's trying to prove that it wasn't him. I mean, there's just a lot of people that believe that he didn't do it. It's scary, but there's still people out there that believe Brian Kohlberger did not kill the 4 Idaho college students and that he didn't act alone or that he was framed. There's a lot of people out there that feel that way about that case as well. And of course, that didn't even go to trial. Nobody had the ability to listen in or follow along on the Brian Kohlberger trial because he, out of the blue, basically is what it felt like to those of us that were following, decided to plead guilty. But I've watched some live streamers in the last few months that they've been popping up some evidence that is really damning to a third party culprit. It's really, really interesting. So I don't know a ton about the background. I just followed it through the court system. And to me, it just didn't sound like they had enough evidence for the jury to convict him. But I think they were dealing with, there was so much publicity and so much going on. And then, he was treated really badly in prison. There's proof of that. So again, that should never happen. Somebody who hasn't been before a jury of their peers, somebody who's innocent until proven guilty, should not be being treated badly in prison and being subjected to, hours and hours and hours of conversations where a lot of people believe that he went like insane. And so Yeah, it's a tough one. There's a lot to that case. That would take us more than just one night, to be honest with you. We'd have to start at the beginning and kind of look at it almost, as an old case, which technically it is now because he's in jail. And I don't know if he's appealed yet or not because I haven't followed that closely. But it would be interesting to look at that out of respect for those two girls and see what our subscribers and what our audience thinks of that case. I would be interested to do that if you would, Julie, at some point down the line here on a Friday night.
Well, one thing that I would say, looking into kind of old cases, I mean, just what happened this week with what's going on up here with the Karen Reed stuff and the fallout from Norfolk County and stuff like that. Like, we want to try to figure out, like, okay, which are we going to do? Are we going to go and look at all like old testimony and look through a prism? But then, like, the more I started thinking about, like I've said on this channel a bunch of times, like, I came to this just by watching, not pregame, watching, pre-trial, then trial one, then the interim between the two trials, and then trial two. And I came to, after the first, during the first trial, like, I watched all the pre-trial and was like, okay, the story of this is the fuckery that's going on, where they're like, oh, I'm sorry, you want this piece of evidence right here? Well, I don't need to do anything with it. Oh, you're telling me I need to do something with it? Maybe you'll get it like an hour before trial starts, because Rule 14 says I have ongoing discovery and I interpret it how I interpret it. So that was the story to me. Like, how I came to stuff was the story throughout all of pre-trial, before trial number one, and then during trial number one, listening to all the testimony. I'm like, what does this one going into the bar and shaking hands and having kisses and doing like whatever, what the Christ does that have to do with this guy in the snow? How did that end up happening? And so after, like, we got to like the nuts and bolts of trial one, where
Right.
It was stupid ball and his stupid pirouette whatever theory, it's like, that's all that they have. And then they upcharged her after, saying like don't get me wrong, there was enough evidence to say that yes, you were a suspect, you were a person of interest, because you would have, like, one of the last people to see him, dropped him off, you left him there, and then found him, and you went, oh my God, I killed him. Or, I'm sorry. Well, oh my God, I hit him. And that's how they charge you. Like, that's not the way it was. So, like, for me, it was the rules of procedure. But then, like looking at this, like, I think it was.
But Julie, listen though. What about an autopsy? I mean, when did the police ignore autopsies? I mean, we are looking at so many of the cases that we've been advocating for the families of their loved ones. The autopsies are being ignored. The MEs are being ignored. Ellen Greenberg, Sandra Birchmore. We know they did a terrible job on her autopsy. Ellen Greenberg. They told the truth on Ellen Greenberg and originally ruled a homicide. Then with this secret meeting with the cops, then it gets overturned to an unaliving of herself. We know Sandra Birchmore had to be, her autopsy was hinky from the get-go, because a normal, dedicated, intelligent ME would have figured out that she was strangled. I'm sure we're not allowed to say that word on YouTube anymore either. But, and the fact that they didn't catch that it took an outside independent ME to catch that. And then you've got, with John O'Keefe, his injuries did not align with being hit by a car. So why are the police and the DA ignoring doctors? I think we have a real problem here with this in a lot of these cases.
Well, that just goes to the protocol of how things are done, which is like, if like what we're seeing now, if there are ongoing issues with discovery and like even completing, search warrants that the prosecution job is to do, like the ADAs and the cops are supposed to do all of this stuff, and if they're not doing it, or they wait until the last minute and go, oh, I figured that they plead, because like 70% of these cases go on to plea because they can't afford to go to trial, or or they go like, okay, well, you're gonna take us to trial and you're gonna make us actually do our job. Well, the hell with you, we're gonna throw the book at you, we're gonna upcharge you, we're gonna make it impossible, and if you have a conviction, we're gonna scare the crap out of you so you go forward. And that was basically the story all along. So I was like, what I was saying, on Wednesday, Melanie went over and showed like parts of pretrial, and like the wheels started clicking there. And she kind of did the same thing that we did last week, which going over stuff. And she said, well, maybe we should go over pretrial from trial one, because this is a story. And I keep saying, like, yes, this is a story. And like the other stuff about the McAlberts, like, who cares? Like, if you want to start, like let's start with like what actually happened, and let's see like the machination. Like, I'm not saying go through all of pretrial, but like just take a look and say like, hey, how did this happen. Like this, like, you know, like everybody's saying like, oh, Karen Reed was 1,000% framed. All this, like every single thing that the police did was framed. Like, no, this seems to be a pattern of practice throughout all of Eastern Massachusetts, not just Norfolk County, not just Karen Reed case. It's happening here. And we're seeing it with Miles King case that was a year prior. We're seeing it with Brian Walsh, which was, what, it was a year after, a couple months or like 6 months afterwards. Like, it's not just this, it's this whole system that just seems to kind of keep doing the same thing, where it's like, okay, we have this case, we're going to sit on it for a couple of years until the defense either, like, until we get forced to do something, and they're either not doing it, or like Emily was saying, like, judges need to hold these people accountable. And she said it on the latest one that we're going to take a look at, like more judges need to put the put the pedal to the metal and say, hey, you can't bring this evidence in. Like, oh, you want this evidence? Well, tough shit. You didn't apply by this date. And then saying, like, you need to redefine what Rule 14
now you just brought up a really good point, and I'm just going to interrupt you for just a second, about the rules of evidence and how the judge has this discretion to say, yep, no, that's not coming to my courtroom. But that's I think that's a problem, and I think that has to be looked at.
Yes.
There should be at least a second tier of checks and balances for that, because discretion is great, and it can be used for the betterment. And of course, police use discretion all the time in deciding if they're going to give a warning to someone or write someone a ticket, because some offenses can be given a warning for versus a ticket, and discretion in other ways. But for a judge to use their discretion on something as important as what can be brought before a jury that could change the entire outcome of someone's life, of a case, and how what's going to happen to that person, I really think there's got to be another layer. I don't know what all you guys think live with us tonight or on the replay. Let us know if you can in the replay chat, and let us know tonight if you guys want to in the live. But that's a problem to me. It's been a problem for a while. I don't like how much power we give the judge. It to me, it's frightening almost, that one person gets to have that much power when a person's life is on the line. And I really think that we saw, like, we don't know the half of what was not allowed in the Karen Reed trial. But now with this civil case, that's a whole different ballgame, what's going to be able to be brought and presented if they do end up going to court with this civil case that the O'Keefes have bringing on Karen, right?
Yeah, I mean, the threshold's lower, but also the way it's written, I think it was Brother Counsel read it, and he went through the different classifications, saying, like, well, just to have a civil suit, you need to meet a prong of whatever happens to be. And one of the prongs, he said, well, if it's the bar over serving that causes death, you might have a problem with, depending on like how Massachusetts interprets it. But the way it's written for how I think it's like a two-step where they're saying, like, Karen Reed is responsible for the death of Officer John O'Keefe, and is responsible for not the pains and penalties, for emotional damage and all sorts of stuff, that she was like so over the top, and she like purposely was like, oh my God, he's dead. And like the manner where they're not saying, like, well, he wasn't hit by a car and she was found not guilty of that, so therefore the case goes out the window. No. Case doesn't go out the window, because she could still be held by a percentage of how liable is she for his death. Well, she drove drunk. That doesn't help. She dropped him off at a place during the snowstorm. She dropped him off at a place where she knew that there was a hostile person there, being Higgins, had other stuff going on.
So, but that can't be proved, though. I mean, that's still
absolutely you can. Have you seen the whole entire footage that wasn't brought in trial 2, but was brought in trial 1?
Right, but still, that's still
all going like this, and Karen and the Kolakifis lady both look at Higgy to show, like, oh, he's mad.
Right. I'm not arguing with you. I'm just saying, come here, Zeus. I'm just saying that they can claim that that's all circumstantial, that's all subjective, because maybe Higgy was saying, hey, John, can't wait to see you. Can't wait to get over to the house so we can keep on partying. Hey, you know, I mean, like college guy behavior, you see that kind of stuff all the time in bars. And so I'm just playing devil's advocate here. Okay.
That's what we're here to do. We're here to have a conversation. That's
exactly.
Go back and forth. Yeah,
exactly. And so, first of all, I want to say hi to three clerk Monty. Hi, nice to have you. Welcome. Nothing can change until power pyramids get uninverted because currently judges, DAs, LEs, certain witnesses. Yeah, right, exactly. And how do we go about that, right? Because that's where the community comes into play and community activism comes into play. When we get too complacent and we just try to let our elected officials take care of us, it doesn't always work out so well for us. And our friend Ed Byers from Indiana, who's been on our live stream before calling out corruption, he was one of the first people to call out the corruption in Clark County, Indiana. And it all came forward to the point where the sheriff was arrested and is now serving jail time for his white collar crimes. And Ed's going to come on with us in a couple weeks on a Thursday and revisit what happened and how he came to find out about this corruption, because it had been going on for 12, 13, 14 years. In fact, it had been going on for so long that the sheriff, Jamie Knowles, didn't even get charged with half the stuff he should have been charged with. Come on, Zeus, come here. Jamie Knowles should have been charged with way more things he did wrong against his community, but it was past the statute of limitations. So he got away with so much. So Ed, guys, and those of you that met Ed when he was on our show, is running for sheriff. Yay, Ed Byers. He's running for Clark County Sheriff because he doesn't really want to. He wants to stay retired.
Somebody's got to do it.
He told me this week in a direct message chat that somebody's got to do it because the people that are running are all the Jamie Knoll cronies. So if you vote in these guys, come here, Zeusy. Come here. My son's out and about, so Zeus is not happy. Come here, buddy. If you vote these guys in, you're voting right back in what you just put in jail in Jamie Knowles, and his wife and his daughter were also involved in the corruption and the embezzlement and the thousands and thousands and crazy amounts of money that were spent by his wife and his daughter knowingly. And the slap on the wrist that the mom and the daughter got was just a joke. So Ed's going to come on with us hopefully in a week or two and give us the lowdown of what exactly happened with the mom and the daughter. Did they end up serving any time? Jamie's serving, I think, 11 or 12 years at the most, because so his white collar crimes were past statute of limitations. And the one picture of him standing in court crying his eyes out is just rich, because I mean, this guy ripped off the citizens of Clark County for years and years. And the people, see, he was padded. I like to call it padded, because they're padded from above, because those above him knew of the corruption in those political figures above him. And then below him knew about what he was up to. So he was padded in a sense that they all knew, and he was in the middle. So he thought he would get away with it. He never, ever thought that it was going to come out and that he would get arrested. I mean, it's a pretty fascinating situation, what went on in Clark County. And what's really stunning is that these people that are trying to run now, the guy that's trying to run now and who's supporting him, they were all there for Jamie. They all backed him and knew of his, Ed thinks they knew of his crimes, and they just got away with knowing. So it'll be fascinating to hear from Ed in a couple of weeks. So I hope you'll join us for that. I may have him come on a Friday. We'll see what his schedule's like. He may come on with us on a Friday at the top of the hour when we first start. That might be a good idea, because I think you guys would be really thrilled to hear from Ed. He's very, very smart man, and really big into working in his community and calling out the corruption as he sees it. So I'm looking forward to having him back. But this is a problem. Yeah. Screaming Daisy says, can one showed me that she had a wage. What is she saying? Beth. Yeah. Thank you, Screaming Daisies. Oh yeah, Canoni. Yeah, absolutely. MCAT says would be interested to see sidebars from criminal trials.
Yes.
Civil case will be very interesting. Oh yeah.
Yeah. So they made motions to release sidebars. That's what Emily believe talked to, because a bunch of shit came out this week. They made motions to release sidebars that had to do with the trial and then pre-trial that related to evidence. So basically every single time they talked about bringing evidence in. And I'm guessing Judge Bev said, no, we're not going to bring this in. Let it go. You can't talk about the FBI. No, we're going to do this. We're going to do that. So they made motions to unseal some of those. So we're going to see what happens with that. Now they should, because that's going to be interesting to see what comes out of it. But then there's the stuff that say like, well, what if people get harassed and this and that? We already have witness intimidation, yada, yada, yada. So we're going to see.
Yeah. It'll be. I agree with you guys. In our friend zone tonight, it's going to be very interesting the next 4 to 6 weeks. Now, something not interesting, devastating, is the case against the father who shot the man who had R-worded his daughter over the summer, last summer, and then he was arrested. Now, guys, I'm gonna pull up some information on this that's really gonna upset all of you. So this is gonna be a trigger alert. So let me pull that up here a second. Let me get rid of this. Sorry. This is a terrible, terrible tragedy. And thanks, Kathy, for sending me what you sent me this week. I had been looking into this and following this because it's not a lot of people knew about this case, because it was, if it doesn't happen in your state and it isn't sexy enough for the mainstream media, we don't find out about a lot of these things that are going on in our country and our world. So this girl was allegedly R-worded and groomed by the 67-year-old prior law enforcement guy. And the parents found out about it. Come here, Zeus. The parents found out about it. And then they obviously reported to the police, and he was arrested and let out on bail. Now, let's look into this, because this is very, very disturbing that they let this guy out on bail with as many charges. 43 charges, guys. 43 charges. So hang on a second.
3-card Monte. I don't think it's Bev anymore. Bev got moved to civil court out of Plymouth County. So whoever's handling the case now is the one who's signing off on the motions. Now, I know there were some issues with Lally in the phone, but that was also addressed by Cosgrove, saying that, well, we can't really speak on it, but there may be at least one other investigation going through this. That's maternal stuff. I don't know. There was no comment from Morrissey's office for Karen's phone, so we'll see what's happening. So yeah, a lot of stuff came through to say like, hey, we need this, we need that, we need this, we need that. Nothing so far. So we shall see. No, I think you're muted.
Can you read what MCAT wrote for me while I'm looking this up?
Oh, yep. Friend of mine who is civil lawyer said he'd be surprised if civil attorney sticks with O'Keefe's case on contingency. He thinks it'll be dropped. Yeah, that's what I think, was it Peter who said that too? The lawyer, somebody else said that too, saying like, well, I really can't see how you're going to do that. And I know Turtle went off on it too, saying like, well, I really can't see unless it's going to be on contingency, but who knows what's going to happen. And now that this is founded, now that was founded, and now they want all this other stuff from the Birchmore probe and everything else. So, I mean, who knows? But we'll see. I mean, they're still a long ways off. I think the next status hearing is September 22nd. And I mean, we're not going to get as many updates because it's civil. I mean, there have been requests made to have cameras in the courtroom during this, but I don't know if the judge signed off on it or not. But I am dying to get a hold on when everybody gets deposed, everybody's depositions, including Karen's, because we haven't heard from Karen aside from her statements in interviews. So it's going to be very interesting to hear what people have to say on the record. Now, again, it's civil court, it's lower standard. But Alan Jackson came on. That was a new thing that he made it official this week. But we already knew that he was going to be a part of this because, again, he was part of the criminal case. Say like, nope, and running with the narrative like, yep, she's factually innocent. Look what happened here. There's all sorts of fuckery here, and so this and that. So he's going to go on with civil. So we shall see. But it's going to be interesting to say the least. So we'll see what comes out of it. But I think the stuff that's going on now with the Miles King and the federal stuff is, that's going to be telling. We're going to make strides with that, with the Brian Walsh stuff too, to see what's going on federally, because the feds are involved. Oh, and there are cameras and eyes on this stuff. Hopefully it'll get changed and we'll start making strides. If it can happen here, it can happen everywhere else. So let's stay on this.
People have been debating, MCAT and Julie. Yeah, you're right. You're both right about all this, but people have been debating, all over social media. Are the O'Keefes going to drop this case? Is there pressure? Is there pressure from, the McCabe's and the Alberts for them to drop it because they're concerned about what might come out in the civil case that wasn't allowed to come out in the Karen Reed trial? So this is going to be very, very interesting. So, all right. So let me read you a little bit about this case in case you don't know anything about it first, and then I'll show you the clip I have. So this happened in Arkansas, and so the father was arrested after allegedly, but now we know that he did shoot this man because he found the man in a car with his missing teen daughter. And this man was out on bail and was charged with 43 charges for crimes committed against this man's teen daughter. And he had a stay away order on him as well. So they got into an altercation, and the father of the teen ended up shooting the man, and he died. So the deputy said that the father, Aaron Spencer, located his missing daughter in the car with the 67-year-old Michael Fossler. Now, this guy is a creepy, creepy character. He has been accused of a lot of things. Others are coming out now. And I don't know if any of you watched Melanie Little this week, but she is pretty upset about this. She can't believe that they are charging him that they even charge him in the first place, and that they're going through with a trial. The deputy said that the Fossler died at the scene. And so he there was no way to talk to him or find out, his side of the story, if he even had one, since he was out on bail with 43 pending charges and a stay away order. So what would his side of the story even been? Correct, right? But anyway,
he jumped in the car,
right?
Something like that, yeah,
innocent until proven guilty. But he died at the scene, so there was no talking to him or interviewing him or anything. And then Spencer was taken into custody, released on bond the very next day, and that there was a confrontation between the men, and that Fossler was shot and killed. So that is what happened. Now let me pull up this clip for you here for those of you that aren't as don't know anything about this. I didn't know anything about this until probably a couple months ago, and then recently Melanie Little's been covering it I think she's been covering it quite a bit, a couple times a week. So let me try to pull this up here for you guys. Can you see it on the screen, Julie?
Yep.
Thanks. I'm behind in the little tech room where I can't see things. So, all right.
Shop our luxury car mega sale during the hot
skip the ad in 10 seconds.
Daytona Auto Mall. We offer the best
this isn't far from where I live.
All in one location.
The Daytona Auto Mall is not far from me.
We know what drives you. Price, selection, and service after the sale. Choose from Mercedes-Benz, BMW, Lincoln, Infiniti, Volvo, and Maserati. All brands are on sale now. We know luxury at the Daytona Auto Mall.
Oh, well, this is basically what I showed you. Okay, so this is just basically what I showed you. I've already gone over all this. I got screenshots of this from the channel KBTX3. So this is no different than what I showed you. So let me see it down below. So the officers in this, it looks like Lonoke County, were called to reference to a missing child on Tuesday. And then when en route, deputies were told that the child's father, Aaron Spencer, located his daughter in a car with 67-year-old Michael Fossler. There was a confrontation. Fossler was shot. Spencer taken into custody. That's pretty everything that we have.
Hot summer sales event at the Daytona.
Get rid of that. There we go. So there was a no contact order in place. That was definitely accusing him of stalking and R-ing their daughter over the summer. And he was arrested in July, released on bail. And then the mother and the wife made a public Facebook post that said that they had no idea that he was back in contact with their child again. So she was obviously groomed pretty extensively if she was with him again. That's incredibly scary.
Does that say how much bail he was out on?
Hang on. Well, hang on a second. I'm going to pull something up on my phone, and I think it tells me. So he was, Aaron Spencer was facing preliminary first-degree murder charge. He was released on bond the day after the shooting, but the Facebook comments in the last year were overwhelmingly praising him for his actions, that he saved his daughter's life, because a lot of people, and including Melanie Little, and I'll pull her up here in a second. While we're putting on one of your videos, Julie, I'll pull up Melanie Little, because she had a pretty interesting, there's good old Tom Cruise. She had a pretty interesting live this week about it, as she seems very passionate and upset by this, that this man is that they even arrested him, that they didn't like get rid of the charges within a few months, because he was warranted to protect his daughter. I mean, he was defending her life. I mean, to me, what it sounds like to me is that this man had nothing to lose, that he was going to take her and kidnap her, probably SA her, and then unalive them both, him and her. I don't think there was any way that child was ever going home to her family if her dad had not taken him out. I mean to me, that self-defense, that is now what happened in Florida with these two other people we've been advocating for, Jason Veach and Deshaun Hudson. Those were not self-defense. Those should not be Florida stand your ground law. But this particular incident, where this man has taken this child again after having a stay away order, after being out on bail, do you really think he's going to just drop her back off after taking her to the movies? No way. Right? No way. So why is the state of Arkansas or who's ever charging him? Arkansas. Is it Arkansas? Yeah. What in the hell, and like I said, I'll pull up Melanie Little. We'll do that a little later, because she had a really interesting conversation. And one of his, I don't know if it was another victim or the mother of another victim. I don't know if I didn't catch it. I was in and out I wasn't watching her show, I was listening to her show. So I didn't really see who this woman was, but she was making a passionate plea that there's more victims out there of this man. And then if they can come out, then maybe that will help the prosecution DA drop the charges against the father, because she believes there's way more victims and that other people knew what this man was up to and that they did not turn him in. It's way darker and deeper than just this one child, which is not unusual. I mean, I still believe there's more victims in Massachusetts and Stoughton regarding Matthew Farwell, William Farwell, Robert Devane, possibly Joshua Heel. We don't really know where he plays into the underage issues, but he was definitely involved with Sandra Birchmore, but it was after she was of age. So technically not a crime, but I really feel there's more victims out there who are terrified to come forward, because who wants to go against an entire police department when you're just a young girl who was traumatized as a teenager?
Well, yeah, and plus this guy wasn't this guy also a cop, or he was the chief of police, right?
Yes. Yeah. I'm looking for if they have any updates on let me see if I can find anything new updates on him. It was interesting because when you actually look him up, it's hard to find a picture of him. So I'm wondering, like, okay, he's passed away. He's not going to trial. All the charges are dropped. So why is, hang on. I think I've got another, let me see if I've got another clip I can bring up on you guys. A bunch of motions up through 7:31. Bev must have been out of the office this week. No updates to the docket. Oh, thanks, Street Clerk Monte. Julie, I'll let you read that. I'll let you chat with her about that while I look for this other clip.
Oh yeah, we went over that. Well, so in with the Raj, I thought that the Raj got moved, because I remember seeing in one of the dockets that came up, or one of the motions, I thought Krupp was the new Raj. I might have seen that I thought his name was on the Raj, but I'm not sure. I know Bev got moved and she's doing civil stuff now. So,
can you guys see this?
I can see it here. Let's see.
Okay, cool.
Yep,
so this was the state of Arkansas versus Michael Fossler, and this is the case summary. So this was, the filing date was September of 2024, so almost a year ago. Lenoke, I think that's how you pronounce it, circuit, felony. And the judge was a Barbara Elmore, it looks like, and Michael Fossler was the defendant. So you've got, this is insane. Okay. Why was he out on bail? I want to understand this. Internet stalking of a child, count 1. Internet stalking of a child, count 2. Sexual assault, 4th degree, count 3. Sexual assault, 4th degree, 4. Sexual indecency with the child, 5. Sexual indecency with the child, 6. Electronic facilitation of child S abuse, 7. Pandering or possessing medium depict S conduct child, count 8. Count 9, pandering or possessing medium depict sexual S account. I better stop saying that or they're going to ban us. Pandering, there's count 10, same thing. Count 11, same thing. Count 12, count 13, count 14, count 15, count 16. These are all pandering or possessing medium depict S conduct. Count 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Hang on, I'm going all the way down. 30, all the way, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43. All on October 24th of 2024. Now, what in the freaking hell was this guy doing out on bail? Why?
Well, so I guess
why?
Well, so I guess that the judge was the one who oversaw the person who not the father, the sheriff or whoever it was. I guess that she was the one who oversaw his case and was the one who decided that we'll let him go on whatever the amount is for bail, which I get it doesn't seem to be a very high amount. I don't know what the exact amount is, but it didn't seem to be a very high amount.
I'm looking in the dockets, but the docket entries, all I see for docket entries are criminal information sheet in September, criminal information sheet, cover sheet, motion discovery in September, a waiver of arraignment and plea of not guilty in September, motion to suppress in September, judge note, response to motion filed, case closed, 10/24 because he was death certificate was ordered on 10/29. I don't understand this at all, guys. This is the kind of stuff that makes my blood boil, and it's just so. I mean, I want this guy to be arrested. I want him to go to trial and have to go to jail. I mean, the fact that the father had to unalive him to protect his daughter, and then there's really, I mean, is that justice? Yes or no? Whoops, where'd we go? I lost you guys. Is that justice? I don't know. I accidentally turned on JFK. Hang on.
Well, that might not be justice, but I mean, that was, in my opinion, that was a defensive move because, like he said, I think they said that the daughter was missing, and so he went to go drive around to see hey, where could she be, and was driving around, just happened to see him driving with the daughter.
Right.
Like, what the hell are you doing? And drove up on him and was like, give me back my goddamn daughter. And then what
he wasn't stalking him or anything. He was looking for his daughter because
that's not what it seemed like to me. So.
Right. When she went missing again, that's the first thing they thought of. They were terrified. And so
with good reason.
They came this close to probably both of them being gone, that he would have essayed her and then unalived her and then unalived himself because he wasn't going to try to disappear. He might have tried to disappear with her for a while so he could continue abusing her until he decided to unalive himself or turn himself in. Who knows what he was going to do? But they came this close to never seeing their child again.
Yeah.
And the fact that he's had to go, he's been out on bail, thank goodness, but now he's got to go through a trial when this guy had 43 charges against him and they let him out on bail with an order of protection. We all know how those work. I mean, the whole get a restraining order. Guys, it's a piece of freaking paper. If somebody wants to unalive you or someone else, they're going to do it. That piece of paper means nothing to someone who's homicidal. It's just, it protects you legally to a certain degree, possibly from someone who's not homicidal, who's just bothering you and causing you grief and fear. But to even get a restraining order, you have to meet a high level of criteria. And typically this person is potentially going to unalive you or is potentially going to try to harm you or hurt you or, so they're really, they're really, I hate to say they're useless, but I have to tell you, in my professional opinion, they're useless. Almost every homicide victim who's had one is a homicide victim. It didn't work. They don't work for most people.
Well, you're you're a former cop. You did the job. I mean, I know from like the very little that I listened to Judy Ron, he said, over and over, he said, how many times have I gone to, homicide scenes and pulled out from the person's, belongings or pockets or whatever, a restraining order or an order of protection. It's like, well, you see that and you pull it on them and go, great, this person had a restraining order. Well, they're still not here anymore. And I mean, I'm sure you've dealt with domestics and stuff like that too, where you go to a scene and, God only knows, and there could be a person there like, yeah, I have an order. And then a couple weeks later, a couple months later, you see the same person with the same people saying like, yep, I have this order. And look what happened. They showed up again. Right.
Yep. Parents get restraining orders against other parents all the time when there's like a divorce in process, or there's been domestic violence issues in the household, or alleged issues with the father and the child. And I had a case with a young girl who ran away from home habitually. And in the beginning, sadly, it was treated like she was just being a bad child. That she was a problem child, that she kept running away from home, and that she was skipping school. And we usually found her on downtown by our state capitol and on State Street, which is the street leading from the state capitol in Madison to the campus. And a lot of teenagers like to hang out down there because there's a lot of restaurants and stores, and it's a really beautiful street. And we would find runaways there a lot, and they wouldn't necessarily be running away from home. They'd just be ticked off at their parents, and they'd go to State Street and hang out with their friends and miss their curfews. And their parents would be upset and call us and ask them to go look. Well, they would usually call the Madison Police Department and ask, and then we would assist because the campus and Madison all run together. This particular case was actually my case a bunch of times because her parents lived in Eagle Heights, which is the apartment community for the graduate students at UW-Madison that are married and have kids, or that are from another country and need a place to live. And it needs to be a home setting because they're older and they're parents and they have children. So Eagle Heights has a community center. There's daycare there, a park, and buses for the parents who attend school to bus into campus. And it's right on the edge of the campus. It's way out on the far west section of the UW-Madison campus. This family lived in Eagle Heights. The mom was going to graduate school, and the father was a stay-at-home dad, and he had a part-time job, and they had 3 children. And the problem child, as they called her, I never liked that word for children, because to me, if a child's having a problem, they're having a problem. They're not a problem child. They're a child who's having a problem. And that's why they're acting out. That's why they're skipping school. That's why they're upset a lot of the time, maybe run away. So this girl was constantly running away from home, and she'd be gone anywhere from 12 to 24 hours, one time 36 hours. So there were times when the police would get involved. Now, as you know, technically, police don't typically get involved with a missing persons case until it's over 24 hours. But in the case of a child, there's different parameters for that. So when she would not come home and be gone for more than 3-4 hours, we'd usually get the call that I'll just call her Annie because I'm not going to use her real name. Annie is gone again. Can you help me? I'll bet she's on State Street and she's not going to listen to me. She won't come home for me. So I got to know Annie very well because I brought her home in my squad car a bunch of times. And in the beginning, I just figured that she was having problems, that there was something going on at home that wasn't good, or she was just going through a bad phase in her life. I believe she was 12, 13 at the time. And but one of the last times that she disappeared, it was for a really long period of time. I think we looked for her for 2 days, and that was really scary. The mom was beside herself, and I really finally thought, oh no, something really happened to her. But as it turned out, at the end of the day, she said that she had been essayed by some boys, that they had taken her to a hotel, and she claimed that she had been essayed by some boys, but it didn't turn out to be some boys. It turned out to be her father. And that was only proven after a long series of investigations by our detective bureau. And it took a lot to get the mom to come forward and say her suspicions, and the dad, of course, denied all of it. But they had a lot of evidence, and I felt terrible about that for years, because I wished I could have seen the signs sooner. But it's tough because these kids are literally groomed by their own parent, and they're either afraid of their own parent or they're brainwashed by their own parent. So they're not going to tell you. But I believe at that final time that she was crying out for help. And that's why she blamed these fictitious boys, because she wanted that R kit to be done at the hospital. She wanted proof that she, something had happened to her over the course of a period of time. And that was very instrumental in helping with the investigation. But then there was a restraining order put on the father by the mother, a stay away order. And then he tried to break that a couple times. So we had to go up there, with about 3 squads, because we didn't know what he was capable of at that point. So that's what's really horrifying, is that it sounds as if she might have went with him willingly this last time, because she was groomed by him all summer. And it doesn't sound like he kidnapped her effectively from the parents at all. It sounds like she went with him, and had he not been let out on bail, that would have never happened. And then he could have gone to trial. But that's what if. I mean, it's just a horrifically sad, depressing case all around. And like Kathy just said here in the chat, thanks, Kathy. Another one of Michael Fowler's victims came forward yesterday. She babysat his kids in 1982. Oh my gosh, Kathy. So that was just yesterday. Now, Kath, is that the one that Melanie had on that she showed up talking with either she made her own post, her own video, or she was on one of the news? I didn't get a chance to verify what that was all about. Or is that another one? Because I know she was literally almost begging for everyone in that community. And this is going to be interesting to see what Ed Byers has to say about this. And maybe we can get him on with us next Friday night, because Ed's in Clark County, Indiana. And I know he's got his thumb to the pulse of everything Indiana. So it's going to be interesting to see if, when Ed worked in his job as law enforcement, if he ever came across this dude when he was the chief of police. And it's just, I'm telling you, it horrifies me every day when we keep learning about how many really bad, nasty characters literally are sneaking in through the system and getting hired as law enforcement. Because what a great cover, right? It's just like we started out our hour talking about the Mafia, how they would have restaurants and warehouses and trucking companies and trucking services and like delivery services. And I mean, you name it, but anything they could to have an upfront business that they could hide beneath and do their nefarious activity. And this is no different. These creepy, scummy guys that make it through the hiring process, who know full well they're going to use this job to do what they want to do and get away with their nasty, horrible crap. It's no different than Matthew Farwell, William Farwell, Robert Devine, all of the other cases that we've heard of in the last year that involved dirty, nasty cops. And it just feels more egregious because it's just like the doctors, like the case out of, Michigan State, and where was the other case, Julie, with the Olympics, with the trainers, and of course,
that was Michigan State up at Dr. State. Larry Nassar.
Yes, Larry Nassar, and then of course,
that scumbag deserves everything that's coming to him, and then something, in my opinion.
Right, and then Penn State with the football.
That piece of guard. What's his face? Not Joe Pa. Joe Pa covered it up. I forget the
allegedly.
Allegedly.
Allegedly. Joe Paterno covered it up. I still don't want to believe that. I really don't.
Joe Pa had no idea that what was going on in his locker rooms. Okay, sure.
No, I don't believe that. But I'm being facetious. I hate it that but remember, this wasn't necessarily going on in his locker rooms. This asshole ran a camp for kids, and this stuff was happening in his basement of his own home. So the fact that his family and his wife didn't know about it is the real crusher, and his close associates, that that was just a nightmare, an absolute mess. And again, how these guys in power, they get these jobs because they are all that in a bag of chips. They come forward as these confident, intelligent, professional men who want, in these big, important jobs, whether it be trainers, doctors, physical therapists, nurses, male nurses, coaches, teachers, football coaches, police officers, police chiefs, and they're in these, what? Priests. Oh God. They're in these jobs of authority where people want to believe that this is just at least one freaking person I can trust in this world that I don't have to be afraid of. And now it's just coming out more and more and more how many. So now it's like, no matter who they are or what they do, you have to have your guard up at all times. But I think it's going to come out. Let me see if Kathy said
Sandusky. That's who it is. Yeah. Sandusky.
Thank you. I couldn't think of his name.
That was MCAT. That's MCAT.
Oh, thank you, MCAT. I couldn't think of his name. So she said several of her friends are also victims and are still afraid of his family in Indiana. Now, isn't that just terrible? But here's the problem is that he's gone. He's dead. And so there's no charges. It can't be any charges brought against him. There's nothing that can be done. But I'm not blaming the father for what he did. I think he had to do it. I think this guy would have drove off with his child, never to be seen again, alive, either one of them. So there was no option. But this is the fault of the system right now. There has to be a better system in place. They let Jennifer Farbos-Dulos' husband out on bail, and they knew damn well they had so much evidence against him that he did this crime, but yet there was no body. They never found her body. So they let him out on bail. And within days, the day that he was supposed to go back for his preliminary hearing, he offed himself in the garage of their home and never told a soul what he did with poor Jennifer. So how do we fix the system? How do we fix the court system where bail's concerned? Because we still have to respect those that were wrongfully accused, like Karen Reed. We wanted Karen Reed out on bail because most of us believe she didn't do this crime. So she deserves to be out on bail until her trial, innocent until proven guilty. But how do we protect people that have already been abused and that or already unalived, and there's all this evidence to get this arrest, but then we let them out on bail? And then in some of the cases of the domestic violence cases that we've heard of and that we've even looked into, these people will unalive them while they're out on bail and then themselves. So they will never go to trial. There's never going to be any true justice. Where's the happy medium? How do we find the happy medium where we don't let out these people that are going to take our child while there's a protective order, while they're out on bail? Julie, what do we do?
Well, that's hopefully what we're going to figure out in the coming weeks, months. I mean, I hope it doesn't take years, but I mean, in the time coming up with what we're going to get to with what's going on, at least here in Massachusetts. And I think it could trickle out to other places to be an example and say, hey, we're shining a light on the shit that's going on here. Guarantee it's happening in other places because, like we're saying, oh, this Norfolk County, bullshit. It's all of Eastern Mass, at least from what I've seen. Again, personally, they've done this. They've done stories on this for, years and years, way before anybody ever heard of Karen Reed, way before anybody ever heard of Miles King, way before anybody heard of any of these assholes. It's been going on. And again, the Globe's written stories, Herald's written stories. This stuff's been in here. And if it happens here, it happens elsewhere. Just there's a light on it. So hopefully some stuff is coming out. And that's what happened this week. On Tuesday, there was the continuation case, the Miles King case, which involves Norfolk County and involves some of the players and all these other cases. And it seems light's being brought to that. So
Kathy put up for us, and thank you, Kath. He graduated in 1975 from Hamlet High School in Indiana, married his high school sweetheart. So spent his whole life in Indiana and working as a police chief. And it sounds like that this crimes against children is going to go way back to like 1982, if that's what this victim who came forward is going to. I mean, unbelievable how this could go on that long. I mean, I'm still stunned how long Sandra Birchmore was groomed from the age of 13 and continued to be under the manipulation of Matthew Farwell until she passed away at age 23, right? 21?
Yep, 23.
23. I'm still stunned at how long that went on right under the noses of the Stoughton police. I mean, it makes you speechless. But now this sounds like a situation of a serial abuser where he was abusing children, young children, could be anywhere from the ages, of age 10 to 13. It sounds like since 1982. I mean, that is absolutely frightening. Hi, Brittany. Welcome. Thank you, Brittany, for all the updates this week that you sent me, the police reports and such on Deshaun. I really appreciate that. Thanks for everything you're doing for your friend. And I'm very sorry for your loss. Brittany had another loss of someone that was actually a friend of Deshaun's in Kansas City. It appears, allegedly, she was unalived this week, and it now looks like it was her either current boyfriend or ex-boyfriend, Brittany. One or the other. So we have another domestic violence homicide out of Kansas City. And then I looked up the gun calls for Kansas City. Unbelievable. I was literally stunned at how many gun calls Kansas City had this week. It made my head spin. Like I just couldn't even get over it. Oh no, you thought that this was possible. She was 12 weeks pregnant. Oh, I'm so sorry. This is terrible. Oh my God. Oh, thank you, Brittany. You're an angel too, Brittany, for what you've done to help Deshaun and what you're doing to help others. So MCAT says Frazier's wife had to have known. Hey, you know what, MCAT? Not always. This is the part that's really weird is that, you've heard me talk about narcissism a lot on our channel. And when narcissism weaves in with violence and abuse, and it involves men. Now, granted, there is abuse and violence with women. It's just in such low percentages compared to men. So we'll talk about, in this case, if this was a man. It is possible. They do get away with this behind the backs of their families. There's been other proof and other serial killers whose wives and partners did not know, and it was proven that they did not know by law enforcement. It's possible she knew and didn't know what to do about it, or just wanted to stay dumb because she didn't want her whole life to blow up. And so she just couldn't face it. Or maybe she was traumatized by the knowledge of it and couldn't come forward, or she didn't know. I still think it's very possible she didn't know. These narcissistic, nefarious guys, they are really good at lying. They are good at manipulation. They are good at spinning everything the way they need to spin it. And I don't know. I haven't seen any type of interview. I don't know if the wife has been spoken to or if she's made any statements. I don't know. Brittany says her child's father, she broke up with him and he was harassing her. Oh my gosh. So yeah, it's just horrible. It's just another terrible tragedy adding to our already long list of women who have died this month at the hands of a loved one. It's just horrible. Oh, okay. MCAT said his wife is no longer alive. Okay, I didn't know that. Thank you, MCAT. I hadn't looked into his side of the family yet, so we'll have to get a little deeper into this case if they end up going forward with his trial. Kathy says his wife knew. See my message above. She was in the room.
Yeah, that's what she said. Yeah.
Oh. So did she admit this, Kathy? Because I don't, way more about this than I do. I haven't had a lot of time to look into this one.
I think that Kathy was referring to the person that Melanie Little either interviewed or had on or was reading something and was saying that, yes, when that person babysat, the wife was there and basically did it in front of them. Right? Do I have that right?
Well, then if the wife,
I mean, if that's the case, both of them can burn in hell, in my opinion.
Well, yeah, but it maybe the wife was involved then, because that has happened too. Well, look at Max.
Just look at what's going on with friggin' Epstein and
Yes.
Jerkoff. What's her name? Jelaine. What's her name?
Jelaine Maxwell. Maxwell was involved in all of it and participated in all of it. There are nefarious, sick women out there.
He should go under the jail, not in a fucking, in a country club prison.
Right. There's not as many women who are involved in this type of behavior, but there are women. So
when there are men involved, it seems like that it's like men and women. Like that's how they get roped in. Like, well, at least he's not doing it to me. Like, oh, that's a great way to think of it. Do it to kids. Like, never mind. I'm gonna go off and then it'll get stricken.
Then we'll get stricken. Thank you, Kath. Okay, well, I'm gonna look. I'll pull up Melanie Little. I looked. Like I said, I was listening to it because I was doing other things, so I didn't see who was talking, and I didn't know where this was coming, where the context of this interview with this young woman came from, if it was on the news or if she made her own video podcast. I don't know. Maybe you know, Kathy, because I think you saw it. But I'll pull up. We'll watch a little bit of it after we'll come back around to that after we get done catching up with Julie here. So yeah, it's just been a really horrible 2 weeks. It just seems like one bad thing after another. I mean, there was the 4 family members that were all killed unalived by that the boyfriend of the sister. I mean, it's so convoluted. So a baby's found in a front yard, and no one knows where this baby came from. So the people whose front yard it was calls the police. They collect the baby, and they find out pretty quickly through DNA or who this baby is, and then they start looking for the parents, because if the baby's in the front yard, where the hell are the parents? So they start looking for the parents, and then hours and hours later come to find out that the mom, the dad, the brother of the mom of the baby, and the mother of the mom of the baby, so the baby's grandmother, are all deceased in a car in the front yard of this home. So then it becomes a quadruple homicide investigation, and it was a nationwide manhunt for this young man who had recently been let out of prison, and he was the ex-boyfriend of the unalived grandmother. Now, it's hard for me to call this person a grandmother because she was 38 years old. She was an extremely young grandmother, but it was her sister who had dated the person who we believe did these unalivings. And then they arrested like 3 other people before they caught him of helping him either to escape or some type of criminal conduct involving the unaliving. So I haven't been able to catch up on that anymore yet today, because that one was rough to follow. And so we'll see what he's going to be. I mean, I think they're asking for the death penalty because it's a death penalty state where this occurred. It was in Tennessee, right? Is that where Tennessee. So we'll probably have more on that next week just to update you. But it was just a horrific week with just horrible things happening around our country. And that's just the ones we know of. Some of the other things going on that don't make the mainstream media, that don't get there, we don't even know about. Like, who knew? I don't think anyone knew about this case when it first happened last summer. I don't remember hearing about it until the last couple months. So it is kind of shocking how many bad things are going on that we don't really hear about until maybe they make the mainstream media via their trial with Court TV, or because all the news, picks it up. Listen, if for some reason Gabby Bettino hadn't gotten into the light like she did, and rest in peace, sweet girl, no one would have ever known about that. That would have been another, every 9 seconds, a woman is beaten in our country. And every day we lose women to domestic violence, and we don't ever know their names. We don't know where they came from, why they were unalived, if their husbands got arrested or not, if their husbands went to trial and are in jail or not, because there's so many, and they don't make the mainstream media. So for whatever reason, Gabby Bettino's missing persons case hit the mainstream media, hit the world media, and we never know why. Why hasn't Sarah Ebersole? What makes Sarah Ebersole any different than Gabby Bettino? Nothing. I'll tell you nothing, because I followed both those cases before I was live streaming. I followed the Gabby Petito case because it was in Florida and I had just moved back down here. And I've been with live streaming now for Sarah Ebersole and attending one of her standouts and speaking almost daily with her sister prior to this crazy court crap that's going on now with the baby's father. almost a year now. So I can tell you for 100%, there is absolutely no difference between what happened to Gabby Petito and what happened to Sarah Ebersol, except that we haven't found Sarah Ebersol yet. And she has a child who doesn't have a mother and doesn't even get to see her family on her mother's side because the father is keeping her from them. So it's an egregious case. It's terrible, but it never, ever got any attention from mainstream media. But it was recently on Nancy Grace, and we talked about that last Wednesday. I brought Karen on, who's one of Sarah's main volunteers that works with her sister Michelle over here in Marion County. And we went over Sarah's missing persons case, and we showed what Nancy Grace. So finally, there was some attention from Nancy Grace, but never any attention really from the mainstream media for this young 26-year-old mother at the time who disappeared out of thin air, like no evidence, no blood spatter, no evidence whatsoever that she ever was taken or what happened to her that night. So it's just egregious what's going on in our country with the violence. It's absolutely horrible. And this last couple months has been extra bad with all the different people that we have been working with or that we have seen and have now been following. It just makes your heart just break. MCAT. Oh, wow. That's good news from Arkansas. Oh, Brittany.
I think she's talking to Kathy about yeah, that's right. I forgot. That's right. They put a gag order on it and they just overturned it.
Thank you. Oh, here we go. Thank you, Kathy. I didn't see that. The judge put a gag order on the Fossler-Spencer case. The Supreme Court finally overrode it. Oh, so it overrode. So now it's out. Oh, that went quick, didn't it? When did the judge put the gag order on? Was that this week?
Oh, no. I think the gag order has been on this, I think since the guy was charged. Year? And then, yeah, and I think it just recently came out, which I think is why, because I remember Melanie talking about this. I think it was around the time that Tom Kokonowski was on with, was it Brian Camp from out in the western part of Mass, where like she was saying like, oh, this also happened, but it's going to follow up. And then it was like, well, we can't talk about it right now because of, X, Y, and Z. And I think now it just came out like, okay, let's talk about it now because like Karen
yeah, that makes a lot of sense why a lot of us had never heard of it then. So thank you, Kathy and MCAT. And yes, MCAT, you're right. I mean, Gabby was out there on social media. She was a vlogger where you do videos of your trips and what you're doing in your life, and then you tell people about it. So you're right. So she was a vlogger. So that definitely helped with being able to get the community interested in her and concerned about where she went and what, why she went missing. So you're right. There's all these reasons why things get picked up by the main news stations and while other people's travesties don't. But it is still extremely frustrating and sad for families that are just crying out for help and attention. And they cover so much crap on the news. So why can't they cover more of these cases where moms and teens go missing and men go missing too, just not in the numbers that women do. Males under 18 go missing more than males over the age of 18. But it's so many of the missing women are domestic violence victims, guys. It always ends up turning out that a lot of them are victims of domestic violence who have been unalived and moved and dispersed by their perpetrators, by their unalivers. So it sucks. It just sucks. Any word on Hunter? Thank you, MCAT. Let me check. I check every day to see if I have any updates from Hunter's family. Let me see if they sent me anything today. Thanks for reminding me. I will ask them tomorrow if there's any kind of news, not that I'm aware of, because they have my phone number and I have theirs. So I will let you guys all know next week. I'll send them a text. I posted his missing flyers around at several businesses that gave me permission. There's still a lot of people in town because school doesn't start till Monday. Most schools down here start on Monday. I know the schools in Wisconsin don't start yet for a couple of weeks. So there's still going to be vacationers down here. So I don't know if that'll help or not. I've looked for them every day when I drive over to take my beach walks. I been taking different ways to go so that I thought I saw him. I almost, for a minute, my heart was in my throat. From a distance, it looked just like him. This guy was on the corner with the sign saying, "Help, I need food money." And I thought it was him. I was like about to go through 3 lanes of traffic to get over. But as I started to move over into the next lane, he turned his face, and he was too old. It couldn't have been him. This person was probably in their 40s, and Hunter's only in his late 20s. So, or maybe early 30s. So it wasn't him. If I even had a question if it was him, I would have definitely pulled over and talked to this person. But for just a minute, I really did think it was him. But thanks for asking, MCAT. I'll let you guys know any updates that I have. So okay, Julie, where were we? we get off on our tangents and our rabbit holes. And
well, all right, we can go back to Massachusetts because
all right.
Well, so now we can shift from like extremely depressing and sad, horrific stuff to not as sad, but like more like extreme fuckery. So let's do some fuckery, shall we?
Yes.
So this week we had a lot of stuff going on. There was a lot of stuff going on in the courts.
Here, let's change the hat.
We gotta put fuckery. You gotta change the banner too. We got banner has to say fuckery disclaimer.
There we go.
That's all right. There we go. Very appropriate for Massachusetts. So this week we had a lot of stuff go on. There was the Proctor hearing, and again, when I see good, I'm gonna say good. When I see bad, I'm gonna say bad. Shout out to Melanie Little for doing a journalism, and she broadcast Proctor's civil service patrol, whatever it is. Like, he got fired from the state police. We know that. He did his appeal with there, and like, nope, we don't want you. And credit for Colonel Noble came out and said, yeah, we fired him. We do it again because he screwed up. He sucks. Go away. I mean, he didn't say exactly that, but that was like the gist of what he said. So Proctor is now going through the civil service protocol, and they're going to have their version of a trial. So it was a status update, and Melanie Little had it on her stream. She went live, and they started it, and they said, anybody who's recording this cannot be recorded, this cannot be broadcast, so stop doing it. So she took it off her screen, and she had it on her phone, and she basically listened and repeated what they said to us. So good for her. And we got some information out of it. I mean, it wasn't as boring like status, stuff is. So they went up and said, okay, do you have your piece? Do you have your piece? Do you have your piece? Said, okay, Proctor was there in voice. His attorneys were there. And they said, yep, we're here. They said, okay, are we ready to go forth for, like, we're expecting like 3 to 4 days. We're going to talk about this piece and this piece. And they said, well, can we break it up into, I think it was like the procedures and then like how other people were treated. So they're going to talk about them. Like, we're going to talk about this stuff. And they're like, well, but then it was interesting. And Emily talked about it as well as Melanie and all the other stuff, because he was basically saying, like, well, we've asked for all this evidence and we haven't received it. And they're like, oh, how rich. Somebody's waiting, like Proctor is waiting for evidence. Like, he's not supposed to wait for evidence. You got to give it to him. That's the way the protocol is. But a lot of them are like, you know what? That's kind of like very, a very poetic justice. Like, oh, he's waiting for evidence, when in all these other cases, we like 4 years go by and we get nothing. So he's going to be, they're going to hear the first part of his trial, the board review on the 26th and 27th. It's either 25th and 26th of August. And then they're going to come back in October because they bitched about it and said, well, we don't have enough time. We don't know how long it's going to take. We can't do this. We need more time, yada, yada, yada. So they're going to break it up into 2 sections. So it's going to be August and October. So that's what's going to happen there. Then.
Now, wait, I have a question.
Yep,
why are we skipping September?
Well, because I think they need time to go through and collect all this stuff, and they have to figure out dates, and I don't know, but they said, like, well, we'll deal with the first part because everybody agreed to the first part on this date. And then they tried to prolong, like, well, we shouldn't. And, this one, and we have 400 cases of all these other people who did worse than Proctor, and they were still there. So they weren't there. So that's the argument that he's going to use, which is, well, that one did worse and they kept their job. And that one did worse and they kept their job. And this one did worse and they kept their job. So he's going to make that argument of saying, like, well, why weren't these other things? And that's why Sue O'Connell on Canton Confidential, now Commonwealth Confidential, said he might get his job back based on the fact that that the standard is, well, if you do this, you get fired. If you don't do that, you don't get fired. So that's the argument they're going to make. Now they can hold the ground and say, well, they should have been fired for this, and now we're going to set precedent. But we're going to see what's going to happen. So that's what's happening in Proctorland. Now,
Hang on,
Now.
before you go on,
Oh,
I just want
yeah.
to say, MCAT said, how in the HE
Yep.
Star does Proctor think any branch of the MSP wants to work with him? It's like, bro, let it go.
Well, yeah, exactly. I mean, and that's basically the argument that they're going to make, which is like, well, all these people did worse, and they still have the job, or they weren't fired, or they were suspended, or whatever. Why am I being made the example of? And that's why they're saying, like, well, he could potentially get his job back. Now, what he does, which is like what Sean keeps saying, like he can come back and he can be on the rubber gun squad, he can count paper clips, and he can do this, and he can like count
Rubber gun squad.
like do 52
Now,
pickups.
wait a minute.
I
counted a bunch of paper clips in my day when I was on light duty after my neck injury. Don't be making fun of us paper clip
those
counters.
paper clips need to be counted and counted again for accuracy, right?
That's right.
Yeah, but those are completely different paperclip counting. You're doing paperclip counting because I'm sure you want to get out there. He's doing paperclip counting because he did a bad, in my opinion. And they said, like, go sit there and think about what you did. So, rubber gun squad. So that's what's going to happen there. Now, on, Tuesday, there was supposed to be fireworks on Tuesday. And I watched this live with Melanie because Melanie broadcast again. And she did a bunch of stuff. She read through all of the discovery that Rosemary Scapicchio was supposed to get from Miles King and all the stuff that Proctor was going to do and Lally was going to do. And we're like, okay, well, she's still getting discovery for this. And also Rosemary Scapicchio also put through a 40-page motion to dismiss. And it's basically like, hey, we're dismissing this because of prejudicial misconduct and motions done by the Commonwealth. So that's what they were going to talk about on Tuesday. It was supposed to be, let's hear from Lal about why we didn't get all this shit. Let's talk to Proctor about why we didn't get all this stuff. Let's talk to Tully about why we didn't get all this stuff. So they brought it in, and Melanie did it. And I listened to Melanie, and Kat, I believe you listened to Melanie, or you listened to it at another point, because we were texting back and forth, and we didn't come to the same agreement. Like, you saw one thing, and I saw a different thing, and then we both watched Emily at the same time, and she was kind of more in the middle of like, oh, okay. And then then Melanie on Wednesday
do you want to tell everybody what you fill them in? What you meant by that?
For what? What do you mean?
What you just said about not agreeing.
Well, yeah. So when Melanie did her stream on Monday, she was again watching it live, and she was watching it. And as it unfolded, it went a little sideways, and they ended up dismissing Proctor and Lally and Tully, who were there, because they were supposed to be witnesses. But what ended up happening, and we'll see a little bit, and I'll hear Emily give her explanation, which is they looked, and the judge and Rosemary Scapicchio and the prosecution and all the federal stuff came in and were like, "What the hell is this? I don't know what you have. I don't know what you don't have. I don't know what is you're making arguments. Why are we going to have the witnesses sit here and go through when we can't even get our ducks in a row to even start any of this?" Now, when this started, Melanie made observation of they're covering. It's all Morrissey. They're trying to cover. They don't want him on the stand. They're holding his hand. Look at Lally. He's doing this, and came to a completely different conclusion. But then Wednesday said, I still think that they should have testified. But I know I'm in disagreement with a lot of my other colleagues, because I guess a lot of other people were like, we want him to testify, but this is the right move. And Melanie just kind of went off and was like, oh, no. So I went to it and was like, no, you want to organize. Like, I come from data science and math and science, like all the other stuff. The most important thing is getting your ducks in a row and getting nice data so that you can use, and everything's labeled. Right. So everybody's on the same page. So, and then Kat, you looked at this and said kind of like the same thing that like Melanie said, which is like, what are they doing? This is a clown show. So.
Well, I don't understand why that wasn't all figured out before they got to court that day. But I guess
that's a good question.
I mean, they had time in between to talk amongst themselves professionally. They should have known where they both stood that day when they got to court. Yeah. I know there wasn't there more like evidence that had been withheld that they didn't know about until that.
That morning. Yep, that morning they got some more. We'll see that.
Well, you can't really add that. You can't prepare that in a spreadsheet prior to coming to trial when you don't even know about it till you get there that morning. So it is, it again, as you call it, the fuckery is just overwhelming. It makes your head spin.
Oh yeah, big time. And again, Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Well,
You're okay, Zeus.
And so again, the reason why I like going to Emily, especially with this stuff, is because Emily did this job. She was an assistant DA in LA. Was it LA County, LA District? Yeah.
LA County?
LA County.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's, again, the second biggest city in the United States. So it wasn't
Right.
like low yield. She did all the stuff. And for her to look at this and
Huge.
say, if I'm sitting in a place that's, not big, but it's not small. So, good size county with all of this stuff, how the Christ did it get to be this ridiculous? And we're going to see. So we'll have a little bit of levity with our fuckery.
Is that the one you have up here?
Please. Yes, please. Yep.
Got it.
Let me. Okay. So,
MCAT said, but Rosemary didn't have all the data. She was getting it piece by piece, and she was super frustrated. Oh, for sure. Can you imagine being surprised once again that there was more discovery that you didn't have? Right. And she's on the fly there in court. I mean, even the most super professional person's going to be so upset and frustrated, for sure.
Oh, 100%. And I mean, that's what Emily says. And I mean, good. Like what we saw last week where me and Blob gave her a standing ovation. I mean, good for her for, sitting here and going through all of this and dealing with this and like not flipping her lid like every 2 seconds with the screaming going like, what the hell are we doing? All right. So this is the start of it where they go through the federal stuff, and the federal stuff. That's what we saw with the Brian Walsh stuff. Emily breaks it down a little bit clear, basically by saying like, hey, somebody saw this shit in Proctor's phone, where again, we're not exactly 100% sure if it's Proctor's phone, but we believe it's Proctor's phone because that's what came in from the Reed stuff that all these other cases are going to do. Now, they were supposed to do that this afternoon on the 4th, but I think everything got moved to the 12th because of what happened here. So nothing like it's like the expression, man makes plans and God laughs. Like that's pretty much what's happening here. So it starts a little later. So we'll get some of this in. So let me know if you can hear and
you would get back to me. When I called again, I didn't get something affirmative in terms of, is that being discussed amongst the things that
she's talking about federal stuff, saying like, hey, I talked to the feds and we talked about it. So basically, like at the end of the Brian Walsh stuff that we saw last week, this is what she's talking about. She did it out of court.
Need to get resolved because this court has made it clear that
because she's efficient,
you're not inclined to make a decision on my request for discovery until we get that order. And I just want to make sure we're not waiting until next week. And then all of a sudden someone says, now we need the order. So to the extent
I would like.
And she's planning ahead by saying like, hey, I know you said this is the drop dead date for all this. And they said, and the Commonwealth keeps saying, oh yeah, we'll get it to you. We'll get it to you. And she's basically saying like, hey, I don't believe you guys. And I have a track record of not believing you guys for this very reason. So that's just basically what she's saying.
To see the February order.
And I made that to them.
But I also.
And the woman in the gray, that's the woman that you saw on the screen, like in Spaceballs. That's the woman who's dealing. She's like the intermediate between the Commonwealth and the feds.
Have to deal.
This is a continued hearing on the hearing we watched together. This is a continued hearing on discovery issues. It is the evidentiary part of a motion to dismiss. Yeah. So they are taking evidence about what's going on. I need to look into more what's going on with the federal whatever, because there is a federal.
Yeah, so she doesn't know that. I just explained that, and we talked about it last week.
So,
regardless of what the order says, whether there's still a constitutional obligation on the DA's office to review the information that they are in possession of to determine whether it contains exculpatory information that should be produced in other cases. In other cases, I appreciate the fact that somebody says you can't look at this or you can only look at it for a limited purpose, but I'm not sure that trumps the constitutional obligation that the DA's office has to review stuff. I'm trying to avoid having to decide that if we can get the authorization from the federal court so that we don't have conflict.
So then he says, let's go on the 12th. And we'll do that on the 12th.
Know if it's about this case. And that's difficult too, if you don't know the case and the people involved. So I think this is probably about Proctor's texts. I think this is more fallout of the Proctor problem. Mitch said, wait, there's see you next Tuesday texts in the Karen Reed case. But yes, essentially they need a taint attorney to go through those, but the feds have to allow, they're sealed.
Yes. Yeah.
The Commonwealth understands that.
Yes.
And I invited you the last time to seek to intervene or to do whatever you needed to do to communicate your concerns to the feds.
I understand that. And that's what I did, Judge. I had a conversation with the U.S. Attorney's Office, had a conversation with their attorney. And the plan was, if we did not hear back in a way that was reasonable to us, both myself and Attorney Sullivan planned to file a motion on Wednesday to intervene.
Okay, great.
That was what we were planning on doing. So that's before we knew that they weren't going to have a meeting until 4 o'clock on Tuesday, Judge.
Yeah. All right. So do you want to set a date? Do you want to say the 12th?
I think the 12th at 2 o'clock, just from my reading of the emails that was going around yesterday, seemed to be the best.
I think that's what Ms. Irwin said.
Yes.
Okay, so we'll put, let me just see, we will put,
Except for Mr. Wester, I do want to say, who will still be on vacation.
right, we will put King, De Los Santos, Johnson, and Chanchillo.
That's a lot of cases.
And I think also Walsh.
Yes, please.
On for,
So that's what, 6 cases that involve Proctor and the text federally for whatever they're going to look at to see what's exculpatory. Now, again, they were supposed to do that, I believe, this day, the 5th at 4 o'clock. But I believe because of all this other stuff, and then the stuff that comes later, the 12th is going to be an explosion of a day. So what's that, Monday? Right, what's today? Today is the 8th. So that's next Tuesday. So that's going to be a day.
Did you hear how many cases that was?
Yeah, see.
Is there any way to get an update from the 4 o'clock meeting today, Judge, so that we're not waiting until the 11th or the 12th, the morning of the 12th to find out what happened?
I'm sure that the Commonwealth will alert folks to whether
You're sure they will?
progress has been made. Everybody,
Are we confident? How can we be so confident? I'm not. How are you confident? I'm not confident. The federal Proctor discovery. Whoop, there it is. So 1, 2, 3,
She is so funny.
4, 5 cases that are Proctor cases,
5 or
waiting
6.
for the feds to disclose the Proctor discovery.
Yeah.
At this point, I think you protective order it and turn it all over. And then you fight about whether it's admissible.
I think that's a good idea.
Was the shit so far out of the horse on that? The Proctor's probably waiting for that discovery too. Let's continue on.
Thank
Okay.
you. And is there any way to get an update from the 4 o'clock meeting today, Judge, so that we're not waiting until the 11th or the 12th, the morning of the 12th to find out what happened?
I'm sure that the Commonwealth will alert folks to whether progress has been made.
Sounds like it's-
Everybody needs to be on the same page ultimately for the hearing on the 12th, and you're going to have to act quickly. The Commonwealth may have to act very quickly depending on what happens.
And I've been doing that.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Now,
Moving
with
right
respect to the
along.
King matter, we're just dealing with the issue.
The reason we came in the middle is because this was docketed on a different case.
Yes. Yes.
This attorney is now calling back to the last hearing on this matter. He's a little harder to hear, saying the court wanted the defense to identify which of the delayed discovery documents were aired.
So now he's going to bitch about saying, well, why are we going to have all these people get up there? We don't even know what's prejudicial. And the defense attorney, meaning Roe, hasn't said what's prejudicial. So that's kind of like a little bit of a pivot by saying, well, instead of having all these guys get up there and plead their, and basically have another ass reaming with Roe session, why don't we talk about what's prejudicial? Now, Emily's going to explain what the remedy for prejudicial stuff like this is going to be, which is letting him out of jail while he awaits trial, to basically say like, okay, well, he's out free to, do whatever. He's out on bail. Now we can go ahead and get all this discovery and do this, which should have been done 4 years ago. Okay. Should have been done 4 years ago, maybe 3 years ago, maybe whatever year to do all this stuff. But that's the remedy. And they're going to say like, okay, well, if you need a further remedy, let's see what's prejudicial about this by saying like, well, they withheld this and therefore this person, like I think one of the witnesses passed away. So that's prejudicial. This could be something else that something either disappeared or we couldn't get this person because now Proctor's fired. So whatever the case may be, they're going to talk about that, but they're going to talk about the remedy for this case.
And to that end, I'd ask the court to order that right now. I think that this has gone on. This is now the second day of a hearing, and the Commonwealth is unaware of which document or which documents are prejudicial to the defendant and will prevent him from having a fair trial.
We had two things I was looking for. I was looking for that, and I was
Pause the
also
court real quick. So the attorney is saying, look, the court ordered the defense to point out which documents they think are exculpatory or prejudicial. That is part of the standard when we're looking at Brady. I covered that when we were talking about the motion to dismiss in the Karen Reed case. The standard in Massachusetts is difficult. Griffin T in the chat said, I don't trust the DA to decide what documents are exculpatory. They're asking the defense to identify which specific documents, not the prosecution. But the defense has a lot of that discovery now. They are arguing delayed discovery. So they, of course, can't argue things they don't know doesn't exist or that they don't have. It's things that they got super late. And they are saying, look, because of how late it is, we are harmed in some way. The way that the standard reads in Massachusetts, and if you want, we will link it down below at some point. We will cover, or you can go back and watch me cover the Karen Reed motion to dismiss. The standard in Massachusetts is a very high hurdle. I am not a track human. I mean, I will hurt myself stepping out of a car. So track and field is not my jam. I don't know. It's like the difference between a hurdle and like a.
Then she talks about sports for a little bit by saying that it's a very, very, very high bar to clear, and that's why this is the remedy.
Which is common in a lot of jurisdictions, but kind of breaks my head. But it seems that the court staff stays with their courtroom and the judges rotate.
It's a table. It's the third. If you look
and
in the
that's
middle,
all the discovery that.
I could never.
Yes. The third doc.
I don't know if you can see. It says right down here. Whoever labeled Emily's shows and segmented it says judge shows a pile of documents. Bravo, bravo.
He said third doc.
Okay. That was what I prepared with the assistance of ADA Hickman.
Okay.
It specifically describes what, if anything, is minorly different. That was provided to council on Thursday last week. We got a teleconference on Friday, and council was working on their own lists.
Okay.
So to answer your question, no, there was no agreements as of.
We have a what if anything problem in Massachusetts.
No,
I think it's the least of our concerns.
Okay.
The list that they are talking about is trying to come up with a list of what was disclosed to the defense and when.
Yeah.
So what does?
So this is the heart of the problem, which is you keep giving us shit at different times. Every single time we come in here, it's like, oh, 5 minutes before we go inside the courtroom, here's a big stack of papers. And Rose basically saying, like, how the Christ do I make lists when you people just continually dump and dump and dump and dump and dump? And so that's what they're going to try to hash out here. And this is basically the problem with a lot of these cases here. And I'm so glad that we're getting eyes on it. But holy shit, is it frustrating.
Discovery did the defense get? And then when did they get that discovery? And the defense says prosecutor is saying that the defense has some issue with some of the list and is going to make their own list of what they agree with and what they disagree with.
Yeah.
The fact that they have to do this much work to figure out when shit was turned over is a huge problem.
Yes.
Now, we endeavored to meet earlier and understand from my pleading what council disagreed with, but that was not reached. We provided you, the Commonwealth has provided you as best we can what has been previously provided.
Okay.
If there's any subtle differences, we can supplement that at a later date. But at this point, I know ADA Hickman has worked very hard to go through the material.
Attorney Scapiccio?
Thank you, Your Honor. So we provided three charts, both to the Commonwealth and to the court. The first chart deals with the information contained in the Commonwealth's opposition in disputed documents from pages 7 and 8 of motion to dismiss. The second chart deals with all of the new discovery, which I thought we were in agreement that the second chart is everything that was new, it hasn't been disputed by the Commonwealth. And the third chart is the information.
So you have two dueling charts, huh? So you have the Commonwealth chart and your chart.
Yes.
This is exactly what I didn't want to have happen.
I understand, Judge.
So why didn't you get?
You know what the defense didn't want to have happen? The defense didn't want to have to sit here with 3 fucking charts trying to tell you when the Commonwealth finally turned over discovery. But alas, here we are.
Well put.
The court's like, this is what I didn't want to have happen. Okay, well, how do you want them to merge the charts? Do you want them to have a column that says agree, disagree? But yes, we have dueling charts. Why? Because the defense isn't going to just acquiesce to when the prosecution says shit was turned over.
Together and work, figure out
I tried to.
Well, I think we both tried. I'm playing catch up here, Judge. They've had this information since 2021. I'm trying to go through it, organize it, and figure out where it fits in the most timely fashion that I can. And that's what I've spent my time doing. So when we spoke on Friday.
Do I have a list of the items which are new or which you claim to be new?
I'm trying to keep the closed caption where we can see everybody, but it's just not easy. So apologies to anyone's face that gets covered.
And that I can then cross-reference against the Commonwealth's list, which you say are prejudicial or are exculpatory and you're behind the 8 ball because of the late disclosure, notwithstanding the continuance.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, where will I find that?
So where we find what, Judge?
Your list of the explanation of why particular things are prejudicial to you.
That hasn't been completed yet, Judge.
Okay.
I just got to the point where I was able to send a list to them literally Monday morning saying, based on everything that you provided since April, here's what I think is new, and we all agree it's new. That's chart number 2. Here are my disputes from what you say you already gave us from the first part of your motion, and here.
I kind of love that everything's separated by pink paper. It's really making me super happy. The judge asked them to have this done before this hearing and asked the defense to have this identified before this hearing. And I don't think the judge is annoyed, or at least that's not how I'm reading it. And the judge is like, where are we with that? And she's explaining, this is how much I've been doing. And I've just been trying to figure out what I was given and when, and what's the newest. And so that's what I'm trying to explain. So she's explaining to the court why it's not done yet because of how much there is to do, which I have tremendous empathy for, because this shouldn't be happening. And if the Commonwealth turned over everything with discovery receipts, the Commonwealth would have a stack of paper that would say, like, I don't know, what DA's office it is, what the date is, what the court date is, what was turned over, how it was turned over, paper, disc, thumb drive, whatever. And then the defense attorney would sign it and date it. And then you would just have a list of paper. On this date, this was turned over. Because when things aren't digital discovery, things can get lost. You can also do them digitally. You can have people digitally sign them. And then you would just have a stack of discovery receipts and say, this is when things got turned over. And then you could cross-reference that. That there just doesn't seem to be a process, which I get if we are talking about a traffic ticket, but it's a murder case.
Yes.
I don't understand. I just don't understand. I just don't understand.
What we say is new from the second part.
She is 1000% correct. I mean, she has dealt with this. Again, LA County, you deal with some serious shit. And like she talked about beforehand with, witnesses that should happen to. I mean, she's dealt with this stuff. And I mean, again, I come from, math, science background and data. I so appreciate saying like, hey, put the base stamp on it or something. Just go through and say, here's what we have. Here's what they have. Match them, like run a program, run macros, something. But just to see that it's just like, oh, okay, well, we have this. And 5 minutes before court comes, I also have this. Good luck with that. Now face the judge and deal with his wrath. I mean, I'm just looking at Rosemary's face. I mean, like Emily said, it's not her fault, but because this is a defense's motion, it's going to like the brunt of all this is going to fall on the defense, but it is not. This is discovery that is coming from the Commonwealth. They should be reaming the Commonwealth for this bullshit, and they're not. And it's coming out and saying like, well, what are you going to do? But he can't do anything because this is her motion until she has everything, throwing it in there saying, look, we have everything you asked for. Now yell at them. That's when we get to the point. But until then, we're going to deal with this. And he gets upset with it. But he's, again, I think he's more upset at like just the fuckery that's getting exposed. So
emotion. That's what I was able to accomplish in the week that we had.
And you could tell just by looking at Rose's face too, like her face when she's like, I can't friggin' believe this. And then you look at Sue's face and she's like, is this happening for real? I don't know what Sue's thinking, but you definitely tell what Rose's thinking because she says it after court.
Between now and the last
right.
week.
A week's not that much time.
So you need more time to get the other stuff done.
I do.
Okay. How much time do you need?
It depends. I just got more discovery this morning, Judge. So it just keeps happening. So in order for me to get my hands around it, they have to be able to certify that I have everything, Judge. Because I can't keep doing this piecemeal the way that they've asked me to do it over the last
She's right to be
month and a half.
bro.
So do we have everything? Because if we do, I'm happy to sit down and say, this is where we are and this is where we stand.
Can you
But if we don't
trust
have
them and say
everything,
they have
and when they come
everything?
back in a week and they're going to hand me something else in the morning of the hearing and say, this is
Well,
now
as an initial crack, I wanted a list of what.
At least it's easy to identify what's new if they just gave it to you yesterday. Optimistically. That shit's real easy to identify. This is new.
What was new and what was prejudicial in the two notices as of when the motion to dismiss was filed.
Yes.
That's what I think we were shooting for. We understood that some new stuff had been produced after that.
Yes.
And I don't know what the explanation is for that, but in any event, we're looking at what was filed as of the time the motion to, what was new as of the time the motion to dismiss was filed.
So, Judge, what I did with the new information is I put it in chart 2 as just a description of it. I cross-referenced it to a bait stamp number if we had it, and I put it in a discovery category, which is I thought what the court asked me to do.
Now he gets up.
So some of it has to do with jail calls, some of it has to do with social media, some of it has to do with search warrants. I've categorized it in a way that I think that I was hoping it would help the court understand.
Can we make a record here?
You did a good job, bro. As a data scientist, again, I have other credentials, but my number one criteria for all of this is you organize your data, everything's going to flow a lot smoother. So good for you, Ro. I'm going to skip ahead a little bit because he goes through, then I try to figure stuff out.
Deal with these charts. How do I read them? They look like you're talking past each other to some extent, that they're not, so if I look on Exhibit 2, which is the defense chart number 1, discovery address in Commonwealth opposition to our motion to dismiss. Item 1, copy of search warrant affidavit for T-Mobile cell phone, draft affidavit. What does this tell me?
So what that's meant to tell you, Judge, is that the Commonwealth is, in their pleadings, are indicating that we actually got the search warrants. We didn't get the search warrants.
No, hold on. Not argument. Just what does this show?
Why isn't anything bait stamped?
Good question.
Just if it was bait stamped, you could go through. Bait stamp 1 was discovered on date. Bait stamp 2 was discovered on date. The way this was turned over is part of what's making it harder. It's wild.
So document description is received by King.
Right.
What is that? What's in that column?
So that column is what we actually received as opposed to what the Commonwealth is claiming they gave us. And it's categorized.
So vis-a-vis what they say they gave us.
So the Commonwealth is claiming, so for the first 2, Judge, if I can just show you, for the first 2, the Commonwealth is claiming that they already provided those search warrants to us. They haven't provided the search warrants to us, Judge. In fact, what they provided to us was...
No. Just slow down. I want to understand what Exhibit 2 shows?
So Exhibit 2 takes the Commonwealth's opposition.
What's in column 1?
Column 1 is the description that was received by us.
You're
from
quoting something from what?
Discovery notices, Judge.
Draft affidavit for search warrant 21 SW. I'm sorry, you're quoting what?
We're quoting what the Commonwealth named these documents in their opposition, Judge.
This is called, in the technical term, again, data scientists, what we refer to as cluster fucking. And that's a technical term from the Latin clusterist. No, like, I can't believe this is real life. I can't believe this is real life. Like, they literally need to sit down and like hold his hand and like, see this over here? They're saying they don't have that. See this over here from 4 years ago? They're saying they don't have this. See this over here? I don't even know where the Christ that came from. It's sad.
That's what the Commonwealth
It's really something. I'm just I'm sitting here because I watched this already too. That day it happened when you and I were watching together, basically. And just rewatching it again, I'm just sitting here in silence because it's just stunning. Mistakes happen, right? We're all human, and all of us have made mistakes on our jobs. Most of us never get fired for our mistakes because they're not bad mistakes, they're just mistakes, and they can be fixed and they can be worked out. But you just expect a high level of non-mistakes from like your medical people, because that means my life or death most of the time, or your legal people, because my life's on the line. And so you just really expect a high level of not many mistakes in these fields, right? And we should hold certain fields up to the highest standard, just like we should be able to hold our president and our vice president and our Congress and our senators and our aldermen and our school board, people that are elected by us, that we are trusting you, right? We should be able to hold you up morally and ethically and mistake-wise to a higher standard. So that's what makes wearing this hat on certain nights, Friday nights, because it makes you so mad when you see this, like we call on the bottom that we got from James and Mr.
JFK.
Mr. JFK, the disclaimer, the Fockery disclaimer, because it just pisses you off to no degree, to the biggest degree, because there's just certain professions that we have to hold at a high standard. And when you see these grade school, they feel like grade school level mistakes being made. I love that saying, it's beyond the pale. That's what I got.
Yep. Well, I mean, look at where we paused. I mean, just look at, I mean, I know she's mid-sentence and whoever makes her glasses, I mean, the amount of times that she has taken them off, put them on her face, and taken them off, and then taken them and then put them back on. I mean, the durability, the wear and tear.
That's why I have, as you guys see, I have to take my glasses off to read. I need them for, if I want to sit back, I need them to make everything not make me dizzy. And then I have to take them off to read. So I keep my glasses on a lanyard now. I've done that for years, because otherwise where did I set my glasses? Where did I put my glasses? And then when you take them off, they're off, or they're on top of your head getting all bent and stretched out. So I have these great lanyards, and we don't have any sponsors, but if I did, it would be Dick's Sporting Goods, because this is the best lanyard I've ever had. It's lasted I've had it for 2 years. It's super durable. And even when I've gone been in the water in the ocean, I've got hit by a wave, these babies do not come off of this lanyard. They're the best ever. So I think we should all chip in and send her a lanyard from Dick's Sporting Goods.
I don't know. I mean, that might clash with her ensemble as she has all pieced together. So,
but I also have
bright red nails too.
And I have my handy dandy handheld fan it's the best ever, because it's charged by a USB port. And for all of you ladies out there, I know it's not Wednesday, but for all of you ladies out there who are going through perimenopause or have been through the big M and are still getting constant hot flashes all over your entire body, this is the thing. And I have to say, I have to call a shout out to my former boyfriend, because he was kind enough to buy this for me. And this is the silliest story, but I have them. These stupid hot flashes, they can come up during the day. I can be out with friends. I can be at the grocery store or at night. And so it'd be late at night and I would get a hot flash. And so I didn't have one of these little handy dandy fans. So I would open my window and I was in Wisconsin when they first started in, and I was at my mom and sister's living with them for a while. And I would open up the window behind my bed and just let the cold Wisconsin air blow on me. So like 2 days later, he shows up with this fan. I've never laughed so hard in my entire life, but this thing has come in so handy. It's like the best little gift you could have ever been given. The gift that keeps on giving.
Good. That's right. Gift that keeps on giving and blows. Like this gift blows, literally.
This gift blows.
That's right.
You are so funny. You are so funny. So there you go. There's a little bit of female humor for all of our ladies tonight in the friend zone. So.
I understood, Judge.
So I don't have that here, right?
I thought you did. I understand now you don't follow it the way that I followed it.
Well, I don't understand it. So I need you to explain to me why you think I do have that, if I do.
Well, I think you have part of it. I don't
Because her brain, this makes sense. And in the judge's brain, it doesn't make sense. Which, if you've ever been at work and somebody's handed you a chart of something and you're like,
wow,
huh? That's what's happening here.
Who, if anyone, is sitting like a bump on a log?
The court's like, I don't understand. And she's like, it makes sense in my brain. And he's like, it doesn't make sense in my brain. The part of being a lawyer is you have to try to make it make sense in the judge's brain, which is hard to.
Give all of it.
All right. So I need all of it.
Okay.
Okay. So I understand the scope of the problem. And then I can analyze the question of prejudice. After you've analyzed the question of prejudice.
Yes, Judge.
I get that though.
So how are we going to do this?
Right. How do we?
Where he brings
See that?
up
Perimenopause paralegal.
yeah, I get this completely though, because the scope of the problem is huge, and that's a terminology that we use in law enforcement. You use it in medical. I'm sure Kathy can say that, attest to this, and Kim, if she's still with us tonight, they were both in the medical field their whole careers, in law and in social work. I mean, we use the scope of the problem a lot, because if you don't understand what you're dealing with, if you don't understand the entire scope of the problem, if you're only getting a tiny little piece of the problem, it's just like taking something out of context. And so he, as the judge, he has to get his hand around this. He has to get his arms around this, right? Yep. So we can't really be too upset with the judge, because remember, he's kind of a victim in all this too, because of all of this non-disclosure and this ridiculous behavior by Proctor. The judge still has to do the best job that he or she can do in determining who is at fault here. Was this prejudicial? Has something been, has there been a law broken by the prosecution, or has Proctor, done nefarious deeds again, or has he broken some kind of code of conduct? He's definitely broken protocol.
What's Lally doing? Because I mean, all this stuff seems to be
right.
Unfortunate. And again, I don't know the history if Judge Krupp had this case from the jump, or if it was passed around to whomever. But at some point, somebody needs to look at this. And I mean, if Judge Krupp is doing this, then good on him for saying like, hey, stop all this fuckery. Like at the end of this, he basically says like, hey, you guys sit down, hash this out, so that when we come here on the 12th, we take care of all this stuff. But like, he's going to explain like, I don't understand what's going on here. But like the resolution of this is sit down, go through line by line. I mean, Emily even says it too, like sit down, go line by line by line, and figure out what it is you have, so that we don't waste people's time. And I mean, it sucks that we weren't able to hear from Lally and Proctor and all those guys, because I mean, that also needs to be exposed, and that's going to come later.
Oh, it'll come. Yeah. I mean, everybody was chomping at the bit to hear it that day. But
and I mean, like, and again, this isn't like a fun, like, woo, we're going to have a pig roast. Like, no, this shit needs to happen, because this is fuckery at its finest. And this is happening again. I know it for certain. It's happening in Eastern Mass. I know it's probably happening in other places, but we're getting lights on it now. So like the longer it takes to sort all this out, to make sure everybody's on the same page, so we can just go, like the easier it's going to get, because he could get on the stand again. They could turn around and say, well, we don't have that. Okay, let's go like for another 6 weeks, and then it gets forgotten or whatever, and people lose interest. No, let's do this now. And good on Judge Krupp for doing this. So. Again, I know other people have issues with them, but as far as I can see, this is doing like what needs to happen. Do it in front of a camera with their eyes. Do it right now. Get it out there, and
right.
It shows.
Now, we didn't hear the part yet where he says, "Go in the basement," and I don't care.
Yeah, that's upcoming a little bit. But I want to get to the point of like even Emily saying like, you know, like the right decision was this, but me personally want to see this. It was like, yeah, everybody wants to see this, but this is the right position. So
We're here at 9:24. I'd be happy to meet with parties downstairs for the next 3 hours.
I think that would be a much more productive use of time than putting Mr. Lally back on the stand.
Boo!
Or anybody else.
He
Because,
literally just said it. He said,
Mhm.
I'd be happy to meet, I'd be happy to go downstairs, meaning like
Yep.
go in the basement and go get this done.
yeah, pretty much. And I mean, it's funny that this guy. Now, again, I don't think that this is the. I don't believe that this guy. I think the ADA on this case, the prosecutor on this case, I believe is a female. I think her name is Hardman, or Harmon, something along that effect. I mean, they're going to say her name. I don't know who this guy is. I thought this was the guy who was representing the Commonwealth in the federal stuff, but I might be mistaken.
there are real constraints.
The court's not wrong.
See?
But boo! The court's like, we can't even talk about what documents are a problem if we can't just talk about which documents are what. And because it doesn't seem to be bait stamped, you can't just say pages 1162 through 1190. So if the Commonwealth calls it police report X, because all the police reports are going to be under the same number, or police report dated this date, if there's 4 reports dated that date, how do you even know which one?
Yeah.
I get where the court's at. The court is trying to make things go faster later, because otherwise someone's going to be on the stand and they're going to sit there and fight over all of this.
Yep.
The frustration is that if the Commonwealth had just done this in the first place, we wouldn't be here. But if the Commonwealth had just done this in the first place, we wouldn't be here.
Exactly.
So now it's trying to figure out what to do with the shit that's out of the horse. And they've blocked aside till 2 p.m. for hearings today.
I think that's your favorite saying.
Brittany Phillips
It's out
said,
of the horse.
but Your Honor, I can't do my job if the Commonwealth doesn't do theirs. Whatever. 100%. 100%.
On the court's ability to provide a remedy beyond the remedy that has already been provided, absent a real showing of meaningful prejudice.
I'm going to back up real quick. This is, I am guessing, Lally's attorney
Oh, yeah,
saying,
that's Lally's attorney.
even if it's late discovered, if it's been discovered now, it's not going to be as much of a problem. So I want to focus the hearing, and that's legally proper. I want to focus the hearing on the documents that are the core of the problem. And so the court's trying to rein it in so that the hearing's the core of the problem. Lawyer Emily gets it. Sitting here watching this unfold, Emily is like, put them on the stand, ask them fucking everything. That is not the legally proper result. Even though it's the result I want after watching all of this. I'm here like full Bethany Frankel mention it all. But the court is going, I have an evidentiary hearing that needs to be narrowly tailored to the documents at issue. That is correct. My desire is mention it all.
And then I can analyze the question of prejudice.
So I backed up a little bit.
After you've analyzed the question of prejudice.
Yes, Judge.
So how are we going to do this?
We're here at 9:24. I'd be happy to meet with parties downstairs for the next 3 hours.
I think it would be a much more productive use of time than putting Mr. Lally back on the stand or anybody else. Because there are real constraints on the court's ability to provide a remedy beyond the remedy
Chat, you're right.
that has already been provided.
Emily, stop pausing. I can't today. Emily, chat, you're right. I totally forgot I added.
There
No,
are real-
Your Honor, I totally forgot I added Bethany to the soundboard. I completely forgot.
Mention it all. Mention it all.
Thank you, Danielle. I totally forgot I added it. It comes up so much. Yeah, I know that I did. The court's not wrong. I just wanted to see everybody testify. So the court's not wrong.
There you go. Yep. And she says that a bunch of times.
Oh, puppies. All right, it is dinner time around here, which means it is also dinner time for Ludo, and I am so thankful for the farmer's dog because
When I went through it on the Karen Reed case, I went, this is
Yeah, and it's high bar.
A, the defendant is now out of custody, and B, the trial.
A remedy beyond the remedy that has already been provided, absent a real showing of meaningful prejudice. And so I need to understand where that prejudice is coming from. And it's, so you're welcome to spend the next 3 hours doing that.
Sure, Your Honor.
Okay. I know everybody's here. I know we have witnesses here. I'm
Yeah, I
sorry
see the
about
witness
that,
report.
but I think we need to do this in a logical order.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I have a hearing at noon, from noon to 1, where I have to finish an evidentiary hearing in another 2 co-defendant case. That'll take me from noon. by 12 or whenever today. We're going to be together on the 12th. It's the soonest I can see you after today in any event. And it'll allow you to do the prejudice analysis, because that's the first part of it. That's great. Everybody's on the same page as to what's new. And then I need to hear from defense counsel, document by document, as to why it's prejudicial that this was lately disclosed.
Yes, Your Honor. Your Honor, if I may, I believe
That's a
we
lot
have one
to
outstanding issue that was brought to the court's attention, and I believe Attorney Moynihan is here.
So what the court is saying to them is, look, I need you to go through document by document what the prejudice is. If there's no prejudice that can be shown, then the remedy has already happened. So the court is saying you've already gotten part of the remedy. You are asking for the most extreme part of the remedy. So we need to go document by document before we even get back into witnesses. Let's see what he continues to say, because we've got more hearing to go.
We had the order of Judge Doolin of June.
Allison's in the chat asked, so just to be clear, prejudice can't just be it was late. Correct. Because late has been remedied.
Yep. Okay. So
Now
then she talks for a while.
getting continued and the defendant getting out. This is 100%.
No. Okay.
And that means that some people.
Yeah. Then she repeats herself because they also repeat themselves.
Mr. Proctor's personal phone, and Attorney Moynihan.
Oh, I'm going to back up as we start to talk about Proctor's personal phone. Hold on. You have my attention. Let's talk about Proctor's personal phone.
Document by document as to why it's prejudicial that this was lately disclosed.
Yes, Your Honor. Your Honor, if I may, I believe we have one outstanding issue that was brought to the court's attention, and I believe Attorney Moynihan is here. We had the order of Judge Doolin of June 17th relative to Mr. Proctor's personal phone, and Attorney Moynihan has filed a motion on our last date relative to that order, and I wondered if we could address that today. It's the one outstanding issue that we have on.
I think that's the ADA. I think this is the ADA. I think this guy was just there to help. I thought he was just there to help for the federal stuff. I don't know why he was doing the bulk of talking, but I think this is the woman who took over the case to actually prosecute the case. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I just want to give you a heads up. We're at 2:35.
Oh, okay. This is basically it.
I just want to let you know I'd like to close this at approximately the 3-hour mark, and I know there's other stuff that you want to get to as well. And while we've been live streaming tonight, I have received 3 updates from family members who must have caught some of our live, or who caught that we were going to be live on social media. So I have some updates from family members to give to you as well. So what do you want to do at this point? Do you want to branch into what happened with your trip to Boston?
Sure. Yeah. I mean that was
you got time. I mean, I just wanted to let you know where we're at. So
okay. Yeah. So I mean that's basically it. All right, was it by Emily. So that's basically it. So they go through and they talk about Proctor's phone, and they're basically saying like, well, we're gonna have a meeting later today about the stuff about the federal protective orders about how do we get to the phone, and that's when it's like a case of telephone where it's like, I saw this, but I can't tell you, and unless you tell me to tell this person, I can't tell this person, but I can tell this person and tell this person to ask this person. Like, it's like one big complicated game of telephone. So they're gonna basically everybody August 12th is going to be like the airing of family businesses, or like the airing of family grievances, where everybody that has a problem, like all business, is going to get settled on the 12th. So they're going to have the federal stuff. They're going to have the Proctor Tech stuff. They're going to have all the stuff with prejudice is all going to work out. They're going to get the tables in a row. They're going to get everything there. Hopefully they're going to get all their information. I mean, again, this deals with the Miles King case, which deals with the victim, who is his name is Marquis Simmons. He was gunned down, and again, in one of his last moments of life, he was able to make a statement saying that guy right there is the one who shot me, and then passed away, unfortunately. So, I mean, from what Emily is saying, and I mean, this is kind of a good thing, is that the remedy there's going to be a trial. Like, let's get all the evidence going and we'll do a trial, so that the remedy hopefully will not be complete dismissal. Now, there's some people, including the defendant in the case, who already thinks that they won this case, saying, oh, it's all going to get thrown out because it's a shit show, but we'll see. So a lot of stuff's going to get done on the 12th. That is, I believe, next Tuesday, right? Yeah, next Tuesday. So that happened. So also, all right. So, Kat, I don't have, I can't get the way I look at Twitter up here. Is there any way that you can get your Twitter up here?
Yeah. hang
Okay.
on. I'll have to, it'll just take me a second to sign on.
Oh yeah. Could you bring up Grant's Twitter? Just so we could show the video, because I mean he did a very good job. So anyways.
Oh yeah, no, I'd like to show this video because the thumbnail that I used tonight was I don't know.
Oh yeah, his chart. Yeah, his chart was.
I don't know if Grant made that chart or someone made it for him.
No, Grant made that. That's 100% all Grant Smith Owls.
Yeah. So I wanted to obviously pay homage to him and give him kudos and credit for that. Because that is
all over the place. But
that's
okay,
an incredible chart. So give me just a second to
Oh yeah. I mean, you'll be able to see where it is. I mean, he's like re-streamed or retweeted himself or whatever it is. Like, you'll be able to see the picture of the video. But so anyways, so on Monday, in federal court, in Boston, on the waterfront, it's technically it's officially considered South Boston, but it's the waterfront. I mean, it's basically downtown Boston, but it abuts a little piece of South Boston that's considered South Boston. Anyways, that's where the federal courthouse is. On Monday, this past Monday, on the 4th, 2 things were supposed to happen. Number one, Matthew Farrell was supposed to have something going on in court, and the federal grand juror who was indicted on leaking federal grand jury information to unknown persons was going to come in and plead guilty, and they were going to accept a worked out deal, which was a day in prison, which was suspended, or which was something along the lines of suspended, $100 fine, and 24 months of probation. So it was worked out between the prosecutor's office and her defense attorney's office. Now, this was supposed to happen on the 15th, which was when she was originally brought into court. When she was originally brought into court on January 15th, Grant Smith Ellis, who has been around the Karen Reed, Center Birchmore, just area in general, he's local. He went down there and he was one of 4 people who were inside of the courtroom, who were able to see what was going on, could see what this person looked like, see if there was a sketch artist, see what was going on. What happened that time in July was that she went up. The judge asked, "Are you planning on pleading not guilty?" And she said no. And they said, "Okay, we will come back on the 5th, and that's when you will formally declare your verdict." So she didn't declare that day. So she was going to declare on the 4th, Monday. So I said, okay, well, you know what? I'm pretty close. I'm here. From Grant's pictures that he showed, because he did a whole entire stream and he talked about what was going on inside and said that this person didn't come out. They had eyes on both the front door and the rear door and where the cars come out from underneath the building. And I was there, and I can confirm that, yep, there's only one way that you can go. So you have eyes on that. That she got another way to go out. I mean, unless she stayed inside past the time that, Grant and other people were there. So I said, you know what? Like Grant said, he was going to go down and say, like, well, I might go inside. I might just hang around because, like, we figured this would be a big deal. And last time, I think there were like 4 or 5 camera people there. So he said, well, maybe I'll just go outside and just, like, talk to these people around here, see what's going on. So I said, you know what? This seems like this is going to be a big deal. And again, I come from math science background, have no idea what to do with journalism, have no idea how to report, but I was like, you know what? I'm nosy. Let me see what's going on with the federal courthouse. So I sent Kat a message on Sunday. I think it must have been Sunday. I don't think I sent it to you Monday morning. I said, hey, are you going to be around between like 1:30 and 3:30? Just in case. And she's like, yep, I'll be here. It was like, okay, no problem. So get myself ready. And I go, all right.
So I'm sitting here going, what the heck is Julie up to? Where is she going to do? What's she going to do? Where's she going?
Yeah. So you don't hear it, right? So you don't hear a word from me until what was it? I think like it might have been like around like 2:30. So I was like, you know what? I don't.
Yeah, because I sent you a message and said, hey, what's going on? What's happening?
Oh yeah, and I was just like, no, I'm not telling you guys. Yeah, like I'm not telling you nothing until I know what's going on. So I drive there. I was able to find parking. I mean, it's right out of the tunnel. You go there, and there it is, Uncle Joe's house. Now, why did I do this? Well, because again, thought it was going to be. Well, I mean, this is a big story. I personally, again, have no idea how like courts or like how law and like how stuff. I thought indictments were getting dropped, so I was like, oh boy, this is going to be a hot story, and we're going to be able to see all sorts of stuff, and I'll be a part of history. Well, that didn't happen. I don't know what's going on, but like everyone kept saying like the story is going to be federal. Like if something federal is going on, like shit's going to go down. It's going to go down here. I was like, all right, great. I'd rather go here than Dedham because it's like halfway across the universe for me to get to Dedham. Let me go to Uncle Joe's house. So we go to Uncle Joe's house, stand out front, and I sit down, and there's one camera guy from WHDH local channel 7 out of Boston. I was there. He had his camera and everything. I was like, okay, like must be early for some reason. I'm checking my watch. I'm like, nope, it's 2:30, 2:35. And I'm like, okay. So I text Kat and was like, hey, is there any way that you can get a live stream going for like a private show just so I can like, show you guys what's going on? Like you could see Boston, you could see, Uncle Joe's house, you could see the harbor, you could see around because it was a nice day. I mean, it was hot. It was 90 degrees. It was a nice day. And so they come up and I was like, look, it's Uncle Joe's house. Isn't this exciting? It's federal courthouse. Oh boy, look, she's right inside right now. Like what's going on is going on like right now. Like this is where like all like the like shit happens for all of Massachusetts. It happens right here. This is big deal. And like I was getting excited because I'm like, oh boy, look, I get to do something. Yay. So then we walk around and like it's a nice spot. And I mean, it was built pretty close. I mean, I've driven to Southie a bunch of times. The tunnel that goes from my part of the city to that part of the city is right there. But I end up taking a right, and you take a left. It's right by the courthouse and go to Boston or like downtown Boston. So I've never really been around that area. I've driven by it 1,000 times, but had no idea that was there. I was like, oh, that makes a lot of sense. So I drove around, showed those guys like, oh, look at the harbor, this and that. So get back to the front, and I'm like, well, like still. No big crowd, no cameras, not like the last time. I'm like, did I come on the wrong day? Like, no, I'm pretty sure this is the day. And then all of a sudden I see Grant come out. I'm like, oh my God, look, it's Grant. Like, look, this is the guy from the internet. Look, it's Grant. And he's there and he's, dressed like he was, going to court. And like nobody else comes outside with them. And I had Kat on the horn, Shauna was talking to them, and they're like, oh, go talk to Grant. I was like, well, I'll wait for him to settle down because he came out and was like all excited, like text stuff. And I was like, I'll give him a minute. And he kind of like saw me, and I was just like, oh, hey, Grant, just wanted to introduce myself. I've been in your chat a bunch of times, craziest person on earth. It's like, oh, okay. Oh my God, so exciting. I'm like, oh my God, what happened? But I was like, please, like you keep doing your stuff because I didn't want to screw up what he was doing because he went down there and he's been on the story for some time and he's, done a lot more than I have. I'm just standing like a statue. Yes, ma'am.
The reason I just want to let all you guys know the reason why she's calling it Uncle Joe's house for those of us that aren't from Massachusetts is because it's called the John Joseph Moakley United States Courthouse. And I have a picture of it up here for y'all. So this is what it looks like from the harbor side, correct?
Oh, yep. That's the back end of the building. Yep. That's from the pier that's across the way that I sent you guys.
Right
that's
on
from, like downtown.
Right on the Boston Harbor, right?
Yep. Yeah. So if my back is facing that like glass ellipse or like half ellipse, you would see like the Custom House. You would see like actual like downtown Boston, like where the aquarium is and all that stuff. So yeah, so that's where that's come from, like where the whale watches and stuff like that come from. But yeah, I mean it's called Uncle Joe's house because Joe Moakley was, I forget what he was. He was I think he was a federal or a U.S. representative for Southie, and like that's like the old school. It's like, oh, if you know this guy because you were in the same neighborhood as this one, or you went to church with his grandmother, or baptized with his cousin, like, oh, then you would know that person. And it's like, oh, that's Uncle Joe's house. So that's why it's called Uncle Joe's house. So anyways, so yeah, so
it's
got
a
to meet
beautiful
Grant.
building.
He was, it's beautiful down there. I mean, it's nice. Like anywhere around the water is nice just because you're around the water. And like, if I could just sit and just watch the water, it'd be, happier than a pig and shit. But like the rest of it was all built up over like the last 20 years. Like like the last
now
time,
what is this one, Julie? John Adams Courthouse.
Oh, that's something else. That is.
Do they use that one anymore? I've been to that one.
In the financial district. That is.
See if I can get it. I've seen this one before. I wanted to show it to you because
that looks like that's in the financial district.
Yeah, I think that's old school. I think they used to use it back in the day before they built your newer one.
Maybe.
I think this is like a super old building from what I remember, because I went in there because I remember seeing the ceiling. I was just curious if you had been in this one before.
Oh, no, I haven't been in anything federal. And I mean, just being around courthouses, just in general. I mean, I don't have a record. I don't do anything nefarious. And I don't have any type of like, like I'm the, like letter of the law. Like you keep saying like, oh, look at me jaywalking. Like, no, I'll walk to a class. Well, unless unless it's like out of the way, but like, I'll like go to like the letter of the law.
Oh,
and
you're funny.
Like won't do anything like that. But like,
You
like
funny.
it, you clench your muscles around there just because it's like, oh my God, the fence. And like even Grant said that too. Once we start talking, just for record, I mean, like I know everybody likes to go back and forth, like, oh, Grant, this and that. Grant was very, very, very nice to me. He like he did his thing. He tried to get questions from the defense attorney that was there, and the defense attorney did not look happy in the least. I mean, I saw firsthand. He has it on record because I was talking to him, and all of a sudden the guy walked by, and I think that's when the guy took his chance because he bolted past him. And like,
all right, this is his Twitter, by the way, that I have.
Oh yeah. Wait a second. Let me see. Yeah. So
before you do say anything about that, I just want to let you guys know. So when I picked up, when I put up his Twitter feed, Grant Smith Ellis Twitter feed, the first thing he has up here, and I just want to read it to you because at the very beginning of the hour, if you recall, I mentioned to you guys that Aiden made a pretty interesting post today about the former CNN anchor and how she had invited him to CrimeCon and was going to interview him on the stage, and that he spent 4 months. Then he says she spent 4 months lying to me and to Paula Prado as we rearranged our lives to make it happen. And Grant Smith Ellis is saying nothing about this makes any sense. Paula's identity as a juror wasn't revealed until after the verdict in June. How is it possible that anyone, be it Turtle Boy or a colleague who used to work at CNN, was talking to Paula for 4 months? I'm baffled, I tell you. I can just hear him saying that because he's funny.
I mean, he's not wrong.
No, he's not wrong. But my guess is that he was probably talking about himself, and then Paula was included as of June as to someone that this Susan Hendricks was interested in speaking with at CrimeCon. That's just what I'm guessing. So I'm thinking she spent the next 4 months lying to me, but he says, Anne, well, it can't be Anne. She couldn't have lied to both of you, and you both couldn't have rearranged your schedules for 4 months. So I think he misspoke here is what I'm guessing. 2 months. Maybe. I mean, June and July and August, it's only half of August. So he might have misspoke here, and that it was, but again, I feel like this is overkill because nobody's going to spend 4 months, trying to rearrange their schedule. So you either rearranged it and you made a commitment and agreement to be here on September 6th, or you didn't. It doesn't take you 4 months to rearrange your schedule. I mean, so if this person has decided they no longer want to do this interview based on something that's going on right now or that's about to go on, then that's their right, So, okay. So I'm looking for, what is it that you are wanting me to find? Is that it?
Oh, sorry. Hang on. Let me see. Nope. No, can you scroll down some more?
Mm-hmm.
No, scroll down some more. I know he has it pinned, or retweeted, or whatever the case may be. Yep. Go down some more. And some more. And some more. No, keep going.
He's got a lot of stuff up here.
No,
This
I know.
from last week, right?
Keep going.
Yeah, I'm trying. It just takes me a while to scroll. I have to get to my scroll button, and because he posts constantly, so it's
I know.
Be a while.
Oh wait, no, back up.
Oh, that's a good one.
Back up a little bit. Yeah, he said he was sunbathing today, or he was sunbathing over the last couple of days, which I ended up doing too, because he was like, I had like a very exciting week, and I just took time to sunbathe. Okay, it should be, if you scroll up a little bit more, it's one of the retweets. There it is. See the video of him outside of court that says, nope, Scroll
Oh,
down.
I see what. Hang on a second. Yeah,
Do you see it?
it's a little tricky scrolling with my mouse. Are you talking about this one here?
Yep, right there. Yep, that one. Oh,
All
perfect.
right.
Okay, all right. All right. Hang on 1 second. All right, can you
You
stop
guys
that?
see it?
Can you stop
Hang
that?
on. Yeah, I can as soon as I get my mouse in the right place.
Okay. Yeah, no worries. Is that muted?
There we go.
Because you can't hear it.
Hang on.
Oh no.
Good afternoon. My name is.
Oh, there it is. Okay, all right. Can you pause it for 1 second?
Now,
3:30 p.m.
this
All right,
is
let me
going to be
finish.
kind of hard. That's going to be a little hard here for you guys have to know, because when he did do it, I don't think he had a good mic on, Julie. 'cause
No. So I'll tell you. So all
there's
right.
so much background noise.
Well, yeah. So he came out. I introduced himself. I introduced myself, and he was as he was very, very, very nice. And the defense attorney walked out, and I don't know who else came out, but there was a reporter from, there weren't many people there. There was the cameraman from WHDH, a local in Boston, News Center 7, or I'm sorry, Channel 7, local Boston. Then there was, he said she was a new beat writer for Live Boston, which I believe is part of the Herald. She was there, and she hung around with us for a little while, just to wait to see, is anybody else coming out? Then there was Grant. And then inside the courtroom, he said there was Grant, the reporter from Mass Live. There was, I think her name is Shelley Murphy from the Globe. She's been on she was there the last time too. And there was somebody else there as well. And so he was like, well, those are the only people who were there. And also, who wasn't there last time, but who was there this time. And I'm so upset that I didn't get a chance to meet her is Note My Objection, Catherine Loftus. And we're going to see her video because she put out a video afterwards too. Because I really want to talk to her, especially about all the stuff, all the fuckery that's going on with the prosecutor and Lally and all that stuff. But to talk about, to see her down there too. She's local. And so I'm sure she probably figured this is a big story. Let me go inside and see what's going on. Plus she's a lawyer and knows more than me, who stood there like a statue following Grant around to say hey, you have any tips or what's going on? So anyway, so we were there and they're like, okay, the last time, maybe they'll try to sneak people out the back. Who knows what's going on? So Grant and I walked to the back of the courtroom, the courthouse, to go see what's going on. And I talked to him, and right off the bat, he's like, "Hey, whose side are you on? Are you a Turtle person? Are you a Kate person? Are you a this person? Are you a that person?" I was like, "I go to the beat of my own drum. We do our own stuff here. I think I know I mentioned this channel at least once, but completely skipped my mind. And thank God he thank God he remembered when you and I were talking in his chat, because I told him, I was like, hey, we do science here. We talk about stuff. We'll talk to anybody, but we don't really have a side, but just going on the evidence. She's not guilty of what she was accused of, but there's some other stuff going on. There's just fuckery all around. So he's just okay, well, if you're good people, then talk to you, and as long as you're not this one's president, he has such a thing for Kate Peter, he thinks all that's wrong in the world has happened because of Kate Peter, and you don't think that's the case, but that's what he thinks. But again, he was very nice. He would include oh, hey, do you hear what is going on here? And they were talking, the three of them were talking a little thing, and I just sat there oh, I'll just watch the door. So then the gate to the underground secret, or not secret, but underground private parking garage opened, and that's when the cameraman actually grabbed his camera and was like, okay, let's see if this is the person. And Grant's I don't know, she's wearing this type of color. I'm I don't know if that's okay to do, but okay, you guys just do your thing. And they watch and nope, no, nobody's there. So we ended up sitting there for about an hour just after court, just waiting to see if anybody came out. Nobody came out, but after the two of those guys left, I was still talking to Grant. We were, shooting the shit about some stuff and some other stuff that's going around. And he stopped and he says, "Don't look, but the woman who just walked by, that's the woman who's prosecuting the case." And I said, "Oh, okay." And he's like, "Did you see it?" And he said, and I said, "You told me not to look." And so I kind of looked over the corner of my eye. Didn't dawn on me until a day later. I'm
you told me not to look.
Well, yeah, I said that to him too. It was well, you told me not to look. And he's like, "No, don't make it obvious." Like that. But I was well, I don't know, but it didn't dawn on me. That was Ann Peruti, the chief of the major crimes department, or what would I say? Not major crimes network, the major crimes department, major crimes. She's the chief of the major crimes. She's the one who's writing all this stuff. And I have you have the Grant stuff, but what was I going to say? Department of Justice put up I'll read this quickly, that just says that, yep, she pled. So she pled. Look at this. I'm hiding the big story. So the big story of that day was that the juror pled guilty, and the prosecution and Pruitt said, we're proposing this. The judge said, I will accept your guilty plea, but I don't have enough information. And basically, she didn't exactly reject. Grant came out and said she rejected it, but she didn't exactly reject the punishment of 1 day, suppressed or like put on suspension, $100 ticket, $100 fine, 24 months probation. But Grant did say that she turned to the defense and the prosecution and said, I have concerns and need more information, because this is a big, like didn't say verbatim, but said like, this is a big deal. We need more of a punishment. And so Grant went through afterwards and was like, why was she so upset? Well, it turns out this Judge Tawani, was a judge that swore this juror in to the grand jury. So this juror basically spit in this judge's face by saying, oh, you wanted me to swear? Well, screw you. I'm going to go talk to whoever I want. So he thinks that's why she might be a little bit hesitant.
This is just my, I always try to have opinions that aren't always exactly like everyone else's, but that's just because that's who I am. I always try to give even as many people as I can the benefit of the doubt until they don't get it anymore. I don't think this woman ever in her mind thought to herself, I'm going to screw over my obligation to the grand jury. I really think she had a weak moment, an immature moment, and blabbed to one of her friends because we tend to trust our friends at times, even though it's something we shouldn't blab about and we shouldn't talk about. And in this case, really shouldn't have done that, because she was under strict orders from a judge, where most of us that make silly mistakes and confide in a friend when we probably shouldn't have, or we trusted a friend that we didn't think would ever talk about us behind our back or share our information behind our back. Been there, done that. That's what I think happened here. I think she thought, I can trust this person. I just got to get this off my chest. I don't think there was anything nefarious by her. I don't think she purposely screwed over the system.
Hold that thought 1 second. This is a press release from, I thought it was the FBI, but it might be the Department of Justice. Boston. A Draco woman pleaded guilty yesterday in federal court to Boston for disclosing information presented to a federal grand jury to unauthorized individuals, plural individuals. Jessica Leslie pled guilty to 1 count of criminal contempt before Judge Tawani, who scheduled sentencing for, that's what it is. So they're coming back September 26th for sentencing. They would have done everything on the 5th had it been, on the 4th had it been had they agreed on it, but the judge said, I need more information. Let's go forward. But I accept your guilty plea. On various dates between August 11, 2022 and March 4, 2024, the defendant disclosed sealed information to unauthorized individuals. That's the second time, including the names of various witnesses appearing before a federal grand jury, the substance of witness and testimony, and other evidence presented to grand jury in violation of the federal rules and court order. The charge of criminal contempt provides a sentence of any terms of years in prison, 5 years of supervised release, and a fine of up to $250,000. Now, this person has Major Crimes Unit. Couldn't think of what it was. Major Crimes Unit. This person has released this information to not just her best friend, but individuals plural. Now, this person.
Now, I heard you say that, but I could have I could have swore I read somewhere that she said she only told a very good friend of hers, who then blabbed it to other people.
Yes, that's what Turtle said. Turtle said, oh, this is a nothing burger. She only told her friend, and it's all taken care of, and it's so low because this is a nothing burger. Well, the Department of Justice says that she leaked to individuals, plural. And that would make sense because the CDL, I'm guessing based on what we're suspected.
Wait a minute though, unless they're holding her responsible for the person she told, because the person she told is then under no obligation to keep their mouth shut because they weren't a federal grand juror. So unless they're holding her accountable for the amount of people that got told, So she told one person, they told, remember that old hair shampoo commercial back in the 80s before you were born, the rest of us in the chat, when we were kids, and it was a commercial for, I don't remember which hair shampoo, it's right on the tip of my tongue, but somebody may remember, you can type it in, but it was, she told a friend and she told a friend, and then she told two friends, and so on and so on. And then they pop up all these faces of these people. I think it's possible that they could be holding her accountable for how many people it got spread to after she told, because I could have swore I read somewhere that it was proven that she only told one person, but that person then went and told a bunch of people. I don't know. But anyway, regardless if she told one or two people, my point is that I don't believe it was for nefarious reasons. I think she really effed up. I think she thought she could trust these people and she just wanted to say something because she wanted to get it off her chest. I mean, it was a very bad decision on her part, a very immature decision that's going to cost her. And I thought that sounded like a way too weak of a punishment, but I'm sure that her lawyer and herself were very shocked when the judge said, I don't accept this, because they thought it's a deal. This is offered to, they thought that's it. She's getting that. She's getting 1 day in jail, a fine. I'm pretty confident they were pretty stunned. Loose lips sink ships, says MCAT.
I saw his face, and Grant has his face on video. He was not a happy camper. Let's put it that way.
For what reason?
I mean, if this was a nothing burger, he would have come out and said, "Yep, it's all taken care of. She did a bad, and we go on with it. She accepted her punishment. She did a bad, and we go on." He like skedaddled, like he took off, and like he looked back. Her defense attorney, Keith Halpern, declined to comment on the hearing.
Well, there's numerous reasons though why they do that. I mean, there's a lot of reasons why attorneys, I mean, the less you say, the better. And especially in this case, MCAT says they're making an example out of her. Well, yeah, I think they do that sometimes because, they want to try to lessen this from happening. And in some cases, this has probably happened before, you guys. I'm sure
it has. Yep, it has.
Yeah. And not only that, but it's happened more than we realize, because a lot of people don't carry it out into social media. They don't carry it out where they can get caught. They do just tell one confidant, and that confidant doesn't repeat it to anyone else. So I'm sure there's been other grand jurors who have spoken out of turn when they really shouldn't have, because most people are just horrible at keeping things to themselves. Most people are horrible at keeping secrets. It's just the human nature. You just want to tell somebody what you know outside of the person who told you so badly that you can't stand it. So you find one person you think you can trust to tell it to, and you say to that person, "This is between you and me. I just need somebody to vent to." And I don't personally think there's a lot wrong with that if you're not on a grand juror level. So yes, MCAT, loose lips sink ships, but not always. Sometimes we got to talk to somebody. And I always say, pay a therapist, because they can't tell anybody that you told them this. Just go spend $100 if there's something bothering you so bad that someone has told you and you just can't take it anymore. Go tell a therapist or your mother. Because I have to say, in my opinion, anything my children have ever told me have never left me. And I have told my mom things that I know for a fact she has never spoken to anyone about. So unless you don't have a good relationship with your mother, but if you have a good relationship with your mother, there's nobody you can trust more on this earth than your mother. Or if you're a mother like I am, my kids should know that they can trust me. So, but it is hard sometimes when you know something and you just feel like you need to vent so bad. But I made a terrible mistake, and I vented to someone once, and they totally screwed me over, which caused me a huge problem with another friend of mine. I felt terrible about it. I admitted that it was my mistake, my fault, but I never in a million years did I think that person would do that to me and F me over like that. But that's the problem, is that I should have paid a therapist. If it bothered me that much, I should have went and paid a therapist $100 and told the therapist my grievance or my feelings. Because you just, at the end of the day, you trust yourself and trust your mother. That's my advice to all of you after what I've been through in my life. So,
Yikes.
all right, I want to go back a minute.
Well, okay, all right, wait a second. All right.
Just wait a second. I got to go back a second in the chat box. So you just give me a second,
Oh,
Miss
yeah,
Julie.
Yes, ma'am.
I have to go back to catch up to our chat. So MCAT says, let's see here. Oh, no, okay, we covered that. Let me see here. Oh, MCAT, but we want Lally on the stand. That was from the other case. So MCAT said TB issue is lack of communication from the reporter. Well, that's what TB is telling us, right, MCAT? We don't know that for sure. You know me, I got to stay 50-50 on this because I don't have any problem with either one of these people. So I want to hear the truth, and I want to hear it from both of their sides of the story. So then Shauna says, why can't AK Aiden go anymore to CrimeCon? So what if Lady Cancel? I'm confused. Yeah. Oh no, he could still go to CrimeCon. He was invited to speak on a stage at CrimeCon. So in order to be there and speak on a stage, he would have to obviously adjust his schedule and make travel arrangements and such to get to Denver for that if he's going to be on a stage and answer questions. And then MCAT said it was fun watching you in Boston, Julie, pretty surroundings. Shauna says, my guess is he thought he had an interview segment that doesn't exist, and also guessing reporter was funding trip. I don't know about that. Maybe. But I don't know all the speculation. Bottom line is she was not honest with him. So why do you feel she wasn't honest with him? Do we know that for a fact, MCAT? Because I got to know truth here. We got to know facts, not just what we're being told by Turtle Boy, TB Aiden. I mean, I don't, if he got screwed around by a reporter, that sucks. But I don't know if it's enough to make a big national problem about it. I mean, there's so many other things going on. People are getting killed every day. We've added a bunch of new victims possibly.
This is more important. This right here and what we just did.
Right? So our advocacy, I only brought it up because it came up very first on my Twitter X, and I always like to share with those of you that aren't on Twitter X what's going on. Oh, MCAT says my mother could not keep a secret. Well, that's a problem because mothers should always keep their children's secrets. Of course, unless it involves something nefarious. There's always this velvet draped closet in the in the Catholic Church. Is that when I'm not sure.
No, that's confession.
Oh, confession. Yeah. Yep. Yes, thank you, Shauna.
Bless me, Father, for I have sinned. Girl, have you heard the latest from Susan or whatever?
Yeah. Oh, gosh. Okay, so we're caught up to everybody's comments. So thank you, everybody. Appreciate that. All right, Julie, we can continue.
Well, yeah. So I just wanted to read this. So Boston.com was one of the other was one of the other people, and they had more and somehow they got an interview with Ann Peruti, who is the chief of the Major Crimes Unit and the prosecutor in this case. So they have, quote, prosecutors, meaning Ann Peruti and her team, say Leslie disclosed sealed grand jury information on various dates between August 2022 and March 2024, including witnesses' names, the substance of the testimony, and other evidence. Speaking in court Monday, Assistant U.S. Attorney Ann Peruti of the Major Crimes Unit, I added that part, the Major Crimes Unit, explained the FBI launched an investigation after another woman posted detailed information to social media on January 26, 2024, about a federal indictment that was still under seal, according to the Boston Globe. That means that the woman who supposedly leaked posted this information to social media on January 2024. But in the Department of Justice and the FBI's release said that Leslie spoke to individuals, plural. Now, based on the types of cases that these are, like the CDL that has nothing to do with the Karen Reed stuff, the Karen Reed, which we're guessing is the Karen Reed stuff, and Grant said there were two others. Catherine Loftus didn't refer to those, so I don't know if there's another case. I thought I read that there was another case, but I think that it might be Birchmore. With those cases, I believe that there might be leaks to law enforcement or somebody in a prosecutor's position or somebody who has ties to those agencies that this woman might have leaked to. So I don't think that's just
God,
like, oh,
guys,
girlfriend.
Julie, I'm sorry. I got to interrupt for breaking
Yeah,
news.
go for it. Go for it.
Yeah, this is not good.
No, it's not. This is a big fucking deal.
No, Julie, this is not good. I have breaking news. And yes, that's not good too. And that's a big fucking deal. But I actually have breaking news that is not good. I'm trying to vet it for you, but I'm going to tell you, and then I'm going to continue to vet it. I just got a message from somebody that watches our show that apparently Hunter was found deceased in a pond behind their house.
Oh, man.
I'm trying to vet this to make sure, because, they directed me to this discussion that is going on right now amongst friends and family. It says that a body was pulled from a pond. Oh, no. This is terrible. This is terrible. No idea as of yet. The neighborhood is on edge. Oh, man. Okay, hang on. And then someone else just said they believe it's him. But I'm still seeing praying for his safe return. They just released that his body was located. Oh, no. I'm just trying to vet this before we get too upset and worked out, because a lot of people keep posting that wasn't him. Now I see someone else. Yes, he was found, unfortunately, deceased. Oh, no, this is terrible. All right, hang on. I'm going to go to his parents' page. All right. Nothing on there. No updates on there. Oh, no. Okay. That's not going to help me, because that's not the page I wanted to, because there's a lot of posts saying that he was found, but then there's other ones saying, no, that's not him. So this is disturbing. So I'll keep, this person just said they just released that his body was located, but there's no news in the papers at all. This other person says, where's the report? Where's the confirmation? So I don't have any confirmation yet, but this is kind of scary. And so I'm going to contact the family tomorrow, and I'll let you all know. I'll make a post on my social medias. I'll actually post it on the notes of this live stream. So once I get confirmation from his parents one way or the other, I'll post it on the live stream. I actually have another update that came through while we've been living tonight. Let me go to that. This is from, I have to find it. This is from the mother of the young man that we've been trying to get justice for in South Carolina. Now I've only got Hunter's name on my mind, so now I'm totally forgetting his name right now, because now I feel kind of sick if that is Hunter. It's hard when we follow these cases, but it becomes extra hard for me when I actually speak to the parents and hear their voices. And many of them I've gotten to meet in person on the Florida level, the family members, or I've met them in a Zoom meeting, or I've talked to them on the phone and heard their voices. So it's extra hard for me now when we do have a find like this, possibly. So I feel a little bit distracted right now. Sorry, guys. And I don't like it that I'm not remembering. It's Daniel. Okay. So we have an update from Daniel's mother. And so it's a good one. I mean, Daniel has passed. He was the one that was framed for his own. We believe he was framed for his own unaliving on a train track. So she writes, thank you so much to all of you. Right now, all I can say is the attorney will be releasing a huge statement once we get over our civil suit, which should be the beginning of September, so that it will turn into a criminal case and they will have to reopen it to make arrests, which they will absolutely have to do. They have tried to keep a lot covered up, but it has come out anyway. So there will be a lot happening. Thank you to all of you. So that's really promising. And it sounds like the family of Daniel is heading for justice, possibly, right? So I'll keep you all posted on that. And then, of course, I'll get a hold of, I'll try to reach Hunter's parents tomorrow and get a confirmation on his whereabouts for all of you. And I'll post that in the friend zone chat box area of the replay. Oh, boy, this is tough stuff that we do, guys. All right, Julie, back to the fuckery here to close us out tonight.
That's not good. Well, but this is like less. I mean, this is less fuckery. This looks like this is getting fuckery on track. So
yeah,
no fuckery here. This looks like the remedy for fuckery.
Yeah.
Yeah. So anyway, so I did all of that, and nobody came out. We didn't see anybody come out, and that's the second time. And even the cameraman, this is federal court. Even the cameraman for WHDH who was there the last time too, and was there for other stuff, said this is unusual that you don't see them come out of the front door, or at the very least come out of the back door. What are they doing? Why haven't we seen this person twice? And the last time Grant said that the family members came out with federal agents, and he said that in court there were federal agents all around, and so something's going on. And for them to say like that they're getting the special like she's being treated like an asset, but like to have the judge turn around and say, I'll accept your guilty plea, but I'm not accepting, like, no, you need more punishment because this is a bad thing that you did. So that was just shocking to me. I thought this was going to be a done deal. Like, okay, they're done. She's doing her deal. And like what Grant was saying, like they're going to go in, she's going to accept it. Like she's going to plead, they're going to accept it. And they're going to say, oh, and by the way, we're going to give you this shorter sentence because you're cooperating. She's given us X, Y, Z, and whatever the case may be, and then everything's going to unload. But nothing happened. It's going to get pushed until September 26th. So anyway, so we did all this stuff, and I was talking to Grant for a little while, and again, couldn't be nicer. Talked to me like a real person, was telling me what's going on. Then all of, like out of the blue was like, hey, you want to help me, get this shot so I can put it on? I was like, yeah, whatever. I'll be your cameraman lady. So like he went up and like he had his headphones on. I was like, do you want me to get close or like what? Like, do you want me to frame me up or I don't know what I'm doing? But I'm like, do you want me to frame? And he's just like, no, just try to get like the front and like get me here. Like I have a microphone on my thing. So he does this like little spiel. And I was like, wow, that's great. And he's like, let me check this. He's like, no, I don't have my volume because my mic's not working. Just see if you get close, I'll just speak louder. And what is on his Twitter and it play was the second shot. Like he literally did this with almost no notes. Like he just went off the cuff and gave a whole synopsis of what he saw. And it's me at the end. So I am his cameraman lady, which involved me holding his phone like this and making sure not to move. Now, while he's doing this, like I hear some of the stuff that he didn't tell me what was going on. So I'm like, focused, like my mouth is agape. I'm like, holy shit. But I have to not say holy shit because he's doing a shot. I don't think he wants some a-hole who just came by in the shot. So he did this. So I don't know if you could bring that up to
yeah. Let me bring it up for you.
So you can see Uncle Joe's house, and you can see where it says John Joseph Moakley Courthouse with the front door, just in case anybody came out.
Yeah, hang on. I got to add it back to the stage. Where did it go? It's hiding on me. Where did it go? I had it up. Now that's it. It says it's up there, but it's not up there. So where did it go? There it is.
There it is.
Okay. Yep, there it is. All right, let me go back. Now, guys, this is tough to hear. So
it's very low.
It's very low, and he doesn't have a mic on really. So you're gonna have to turn volumes up as high as you can. I've got mine up as high as I can, and then if you can't really hear it, let us know. Julie can fill you in on what he says, but we'll play it for the sake of it. So it's 3 minutes and 30 seconds long, and it's going to be really tough to hear.
Here at the John J. Moakley Federal Courthouse in Boston, where a stunning series of developments has just unfolded related to grand juror leaker Jessica Leslie. Jessica Leslie was scheduled to tender her plea agreement with U.S. prosecutors from the Department of Justice today related to a mysterious series of leaks between August of 2022 and early 2024. And the very first thing we found out, folks, was that Judge Talwani accepted Leslie's guilty plea, but rejected the proposed disposition by federal prosecutors. The proposed disposition of 1 day in jail time served, 24 months supervised release and no fine, and $100 special assessment was initially and provisionally rejected by Judge Talwani. As a result of that rejection, Judge Talwani did accept the guilty plea and set sentencing for September 26, 2025 at 3 p.m. in the John J. Moakley Courthouse behind me. Now, Jessica Leslie has the right to withdraw her guilty plea as a result of that disposition being rejected. But the big news of the day was most certainly that Jessica Leslie not only admitted to FBI agents and in open court to leaking information from the Massachusetts State Trooper CDL scandal between January 25th and January 30th of 2025, but she admitted as well after those indictments came down to leaking information about, quote, an investigation that was running in February of 2024 pursuant by the DOJ, but is now closed. Now, the words John O'Keefe and Karen Reed case were not said, folks, but it was clear as one of the 4 reporters in the courtroom that that was exactly what was being discussed. Leslie leaked about the CDL case. She leaked about the John O'Keefe and Karen Reed case. And then the U.S. attorney, the assistant U.S. attorney, indicated that Leslie leaked about 2 other unrelated investigations as well. As a result of all of that information being disclosed, the assistant U.S. attorney informed Judge Talwani she would file an impounded pre-sentencing report, including a full description of the information that Judge Talwani would get about the leaks by Ms. Leslie. You could see, ladies and gentlemen, in Judge Talwani's eyes, the furor with this recommended disposition. There was no statement on the record from the U.S. Attorney's Office regarding substantial cooperation, or what's called a 501k motion. And you could see as a result of that Judge Talwani was not comfortable accepting a disposition regarding grand juror leaks from at least 4 different cases in the amount of 1 day in jail time served and 24 months supervised release. Where this leaves this case, ladies and gentlemen, is anyone's guess. What we know right now is firm. September 26, 2025, 3 p.m. in front of Judge Talwani, sentencing. Will that date be moved? Will Leslie withdraw her guilty plea? This woman could now be facing time in prison. What exactly is the nature of the February 2024 investigation that is now closed that Leslie leaked about, and who did she leak to? We know that this grand jury was impaneled on May 26, 2022, and Leslie started leaking for the first time in August of 2022. That is precisely the same month that Alan Jackson joined Karen Reed's legal team. More to come, more investigations, more targets. My name's Grant Smith Ellis, reporting live from outside the John J. Moakley Courthouse. I'll have more as I know it.
Oh, you cut the little, very nice.
Oh, yes.
Good job, Grant. He just did that right off the cuff.
That was a good job. That was a good job. I'm proud of him. He did a very good job. We don't agree on anything to do with Karen Reed, but I respect that he has the chops to want to go out and do investigative journalism as a solo independent guy, and that he does what he does. I appreciate him for that.
Yeah, I mean, he just.
And that was cool that you stepped in to help him, because I'm kind of surprised he didn't bring a tripod with him if he was planning to do a live.
Oh, no, I don't think he planned on doing it, because I mean, like we talked a little bit about like, you know, like what's okay to do, what's not okay to do, and like he even said, he's like, you know, like not a lot of people would have the stones to go inside a federal courthouse, let alone in the courtroom to, you know, hear all this stuff. And I was like, yeah, I wasn't, you know, like I brought, you know, like my documents and everything just in case I had to go inside to go get papers. And like, even then I didn't know what the hell I was doing, but like to go in the courtroom, you forget about it. It was like, no way. Like, I didn't even want to go live. Like I went with the private show with you guys, but that was it. Like I wasn't going to hit the live button.
Take that, Julie.
What?
Take that, Julie. Take it and just suck on it.
Well, I don't know. I think we're Titletown now. I don't know. We have 6 of them more recently. So there's that.
I'm not saying a thing about that. I appreciate all your titles you won. I love good football, and I appreciate them all. But you know, the rest of us have to fan out the best we can. MCAT's a Packer fan too.
Yeah. Go Pack, go.
So good camera work, Julie, and it was very cool that you did that. I mean, I was just thrilled when you told us you were going, because just to be able to attend, you know, things like this for.
That's all I thought it was going to be, which was like walking around and just seeing like, hey, you know, like just like watch what the camera people do. Like, I didn't think that like he was going to do all that. And like, he didn't think he was going to do that all that either. Like most of the time he just has his phone and he'll just like, like record like the other shot of the defense attorney walking out. Like he'll just record like that. And then like I think he just like we were talking, he was like, hey, you want to help me out? And I was like, sure, I'm just here to watch. He's like, hey, you mind doing this? And like it was just like impromptu, but not to be outdone, Catherine Loftus did one of hers, and hers is on TikTok. So
is it? I don't do the TikTok. So Julie was nice enough to let Sean and I be part of that. I just pulled up.
You guys met Grant too.
Yeah, I pulled up a private room where we don't go live, and then we were able to follow along as she walked through Boston, and we got to meet Grant and say hi to him, and then we literally watched her filming him do this, so we were part of it all. That was pretty cool to be boots on the ground in Boston again. I haven't been back to Boston in a while, so that was really cool. So Shauna says, Kat, I'm a Green Bay fan. I renamed them the Lombardis. Yep. I love that. Yes, cheese, MCAT. Give me my cheese. I love when I go back home to Madison and I get to eat my delicious Wisconsin cheese. But I do find it down here on occasion, and we have Culver's down here now too. In my county, in Volusia County, there's a bunch of Culver's down here now, so that's cool because they use all Wisconsin cheese. Culver's is a restaurant that was originally two brothers opened it back in Wisconsin many years ago, back in the 80s, I think was when they opened it. And now it's branching out into the South. And it was even in Colorado. When I lived out in Colorado in 2007, it was already in Colorado. So that was pretty cool. And now it's been down here in Florida for a while now. And they just opened another one just north of my house. There's one south of my house and north of my house now. So that's kind of cool. Very close driving distance. Well, it was really quite the week for you, Julie. You got to go to Boston, be part of the film crew for Grant Smith Ellis, and
I got to be an official cameraman lady. And I mean, like I said, he was extremely nice to me because he didn't have to, go through and like he was doing his thing. He could have just gone through his thing and was like, okay, and just ignored me. Like he went through and was like, hey, try to do this, try to do that. If you want, you can go inside next time. You just don't need this, that, and the other thing. Like, I still don't know how to get like dockets and shit like that. But like, I'm sure that at some point, like we can have a sit down and you could go through that. Like he didn't do any of that. And he like brought me along and was like, hey, see this, see this, see this, see this. So thank you for that. I very much appreciate that. And it was very, very, very fun. And I mean, like, I get how excited he is to, do this because it's exciting. I was excited and I didn't know what the hell I was doing. So
it was very cool. So I've been very laxed in keeping up with social media this week on what people have been posting and saying. Usually we end our Friday Night Lies with some good old fashioned lies, distortions, and half truths that come from social media. But I haven't been really up on it this week. I've been trying to behave myself and not be too on it too much. But I'm just kind of scrolling through here to see if there's anything of interest that kind of came out today.
I found something. I don't know if you want to hang on.
Wait a second. Here's something for you from the Boston Herald. A former Massachusetts state trooper who ripped off taxpayers in the Troop E overtime scandal lost his bid before Massachusetts highest court to regain his pension.
Yeah, that's not exciting. That's not fun. That's not fun and light. Hang on, I got something because this is right up your alley, Kat. Right up your alley, Kat. Look at that. I made a funny.
Right up your alley, Kat. Got it. Love it.
Yeah. Hang on. Let's see.
So here's something from Grant Smith. Here's your buddy Grant Smith just says, as long as I live, I don't think I'll ever be able to relive the feeling when I read Shelley Murphy from the Boston Globe confirmed that Jessica Leslie
that's her name
about the John O'Keefe and Karen Reed federal probe.
Yeah, that's her name. I couldn't think of it. Yeah, right. Is Shelley Murray or Shelley Murphy?
Murray. I'm sorry, I said that wrong. No, Murphy. He's got Shelley
okay.
Murphy.
Oh, it is Murphy. Okay, all right. Yeah, I wasn't sure of her name. Okay. All right, Kat. Let me know when you're ready because this came out and I said, oh, this will be a nice uplifting story.
Here we go. Add to stage.
Here we go.
Okay.
So this came out this week. This is do you guys remember when I showed you the pictures of the sandcastles on Revere Beach? This is Revere Beach.
Yes.
Yep, this is Revere Beach, and this is Revere, Mass, which is right next to Boston. And this is the brand new police chief of Revere, and they're going to learn a little bit about it.
I appreciate it. Chief Maria Levita is making history, the first woman to lead Revere's police department, the first female police chief in Suffolk County. She brings decades.
Suffolk County, that's where Boston is. So it's Boston, Revere, Chelsea, Winthrop, and I think that's it. But she's the very first one.
Decades of experience. She joined the force in 1996.
I was raised here. My parents actually met at Revere Beach, so Revere is in my blood.
Levita became interim chief at the beginning of June. A month later, she put a new policy in place, a change in shifts to boost morale for her officers.
The officers come in for 4 days in a row, 10-hour shifts, and then they get 4 days off. So I'm told it's like a mini vacation sometimes.
She knows recruiting new officers is one of her biggest challenges. There are 90.
What was that?
That's absolutely a mini vacation. So in my department, we used to run 5 and 3. So we'd work 5 days, have 3 days off, and that would run for 5 weeks. Then we'd have 3 weeks of what we called 4 on 4. So then you'd work 4 days, have 4 days off for 3 weeks. So that was an interesting rotation. I actually really liked it. So it was 5 on, 3 off for 5 weeks, and then 4 on, 4 off for 3 weeks. So it was an 8-week rotation. So what she's doing is just point blank 4 and 4, which is a little more similar to how the fire departments run, and like flight attendants, and they have those kind of schedules. So that's interesting. Okay, sorry, continue.
9 members of the department. Chief Levita would like to see that increase to 125.
A well-staffed department is
members of the department. Chief Levita would like to see that increase to 125.
A well-staffed department is a good thing for officer wellness. We don't want officers to be burning out.
Revere's Mayor Patrick Keefe says Chief Levita was the clear pick.
She also has a really great demeanor that works well with the department and with our public. So I like that balance.
One of the things that I've done is, if you look over here,
she has brought in new technology like this mobile camera unit along Revere Beach Boulevard.
If something does happen, we're able to jump on those cameras from pretty much anywhere.
In the department she now leads, 20% of the members are women. Chief Levita hopes taking the top job inspires those considering a career to protect and serve.
If I'm a role model, then all the better.
Chief Levita will officially be sworn into the position on Wednesday morning. In Revere, Jennifer Egan, WCVB News Center 5.
Good luck to you, ma'am.
That's really cool. Thank you, Julie. I appreciate that. Yes, that's wonderful. The first female police chief in Revere. That's amazing. And good luck to her.
All of Suffolk County, Boston, Chelsea, Winthrop. Well, Winthrop has problems, but I think that's it. Yeah, but I mean, Revere's no slouch. That's a little city. It's still pretty big. It's like it basically starts the quote unquote North Shore. So
right. I love that. Okay, so MCAT, thank you for bringing this up. Can we talk about the new microdots video? It's amazing, and I'm sure the McDonald's are super pissed off. So yeah, absolutely. So let me bring that up here. Hang on a second. Oh shoot, hang on. I got to go back. Whoops. Oh shoot. I got to go back for a second. Give me a sec. Okay, that's up. So that's good. Now let me go back and find it up here. All right.
The fiber of the gods. And it's easy to understand why. Alpacas have been roaming
The person that looked for John O'Keefe was Karen Reed, his girlfriend who loved him. The person who gave...
This was Karen Reed in 2022, before Alan Jackson, before Turtle Boy, and before thousands rallied to her side. She stood there with David Yannetti and her family, utterly terrified, and at the lowest point of the nightmare that was just beginning. But how did this happen? A conspiracy involving a family, their friends, local police, state police, a DA and their allies doesn't just appear out of nowhere. There had to be warning signs. In the following presentation, we'll explore the underlying conditions that set the stage for all of this to happen. And in order to do that, we'll need to look back.
How far you going back? Way back. As we go a little something like this. Hit it. Here's a little gangster short side. And the t-shirt Levi's, this is only just got. Right. Not only steering, but driving.
ain't no thing.
Dispatch, this is Unit 45. Be advised of apparent hit and run. We have one male, early 20s, severely injured. One female victim is conscious and being transported to Rhode Island Medical.
Exchange student Peter Berger and his friend Peggy Lowe were driving on Route 95 at 3 a.m. when their vehicle was struck from behind, sending it careening into the concrete median. The other driver fled the scene. A John Doe warrant was issued for him by the Mass State Police. Berger was pronounced dead 2 hours later at Rhode Island Hospital. His female passenger was treated for minor injuries and released. Berger's parents were devastated, his father being quoted as saying, "He's lost his will to live." 30 hours later, after any alcohol he may have consumed wore off, 22-year-old Christopher Albert, accompanied by a lawyer, surrendered at the state police barracks in Foxborough. That lawyer's name was John Prescott and is the brother of Judge Beverly Cannoni. Just one of the many murky ties she has to key figures on the Commonwealth side. It's an issue that's been nagging this judge for years.
And that therefore I have a connection to this case, and therefore I have a bias in favor of the Commonwealth.
Multiple witnesses driving in other vehicles reported seeing Albert's car speeding past them, miles before the crash even occurred. The Albert family's decision to use the high-priced, well-connected attorney paid off. Chris was sentenced to just 6 months in prison, managing to avoid the far more severe penalties that come with causing a fatal crash while under the influence of alcohol. Charges that could have landed him behind bars for up to 15 years. Court records mysteriously vanished, and he continued to conceal his conviction from the town, even as he rose to the position of selectman, until hiding it was no longer an option. The Albert boys learned a powerful lesson. When you're in trouble, obscuring the truth can be remarkably effective. This 1994 incident foreshadows the Karen Reed case in two important ways. It reveals a questionable connection to the judge's family. And it demonstrates that the Alberts have long known how to work the system when it's time to protect their own. Chris Albert left the scene of an accident without a shred of concern for the two people he'd just run off the road. If he had at least reported it, Berger may have survived.
Is that a Chevy
And he
Lumina?
needed help. Someone to make a phone call to 911, even anonymously. And there was only one person in this entire planet who could help him, give him a chance. And that one person who could help him left him to die.
Watch what magnesium does to your bowels.
If you have to wipe more than 4 times after you poop, here's why.
Concerning Tim Albert and this issue, are the investigation or charges were brought against Tim Albert?
So there was a call for a motor vehicle crash at the corner of Dedham and Washington Street. And the suspect vehicle had fled the scene.
He hit a car
Yes.
with a woman in it, fled the scene.
He followed the oil spill of the vehicle down Dedham Street, up Cedar Crest, all the way down to the intersection of Cedar Crest to Fairview, and the oil spill actually drove into 34 Fairview.
Then you find him trying to hide out at 34 Fairview. Did you give him a breathalyzer?
I did not.
So you've been involved in an investigation where charges were actually taken out against a member of the Albert family.
We had to take out charges against Tim Albert.
The evidence in that case, you would agree with me, was strong against Tim Albert for that crime, was it not?
for leaving the scene? Yes.
You didn't have much choice. I mean, there you have it. The evidence is right in front of you. You can't really cover that one up, right?
The second time an Albert brother created a mess that had to be cleaned up. This time it was the youngest, Tim. And just like his older brother Chris, Tim's first instinct was to flee the scene, showing absolutely no concern for the person he had just harmed. Officer Michael Lank didn't seem interested in finding out if he had been drinking. He probably didn't want to know. A clear pattern is emerging in how the Alberts respond when they're at risk of being implicated in a crime, and how in turn they are treated by local law enforcement. But the leniency Michael Lank showed Tim Albert, charging him with a misdemeanor that was eventually dismissed, instead of the more serious charge of leaving the scene of an accident with a possible DUI, still wasn't enough for Brian. During Michael Lank's voir dire in the first trial, Judge Canone said something very interesting that most people missed, revealing what happens to you if you arrest an Albert.
The Commonwealth can then get into the animosity between the witness, Sergeant Lank, and Brian Albert because of the arrest of Tim Albert.
The Commonwealth never did get into that animosity, likely because it would have revealed Brian's well-known fiery temper and willingness to bully the local police, hurting the state's case more than helping it. It's important to remember that Tim Albert's arrest happened in 2009, the same year Brian Albert led the high-profile arrest of the Craigslist killer.
This was a brutal, vicious crime, savage, and it shows that Philip Markoff is a man who's willing to take advantage of women, to hurt them, to beat them, to rob them.
Police say they found a semi-automatic weapon, duct tape, and plastic restraints in Markoff's apartment.
Brian wielded serious power within law enforcement, along with a reputation for being aggressive, and it seems he wasn't afraid to use it to protect his family.
He didn't have a good reputation among fellow police officers. Known as a bully, had a history of sucker punching officers. He was investigated by BPD for violent conduct. He has a propensity for violence.
With respect to Brian, how would you describe your relationship with him?
Again, civil.
The two of you friends?
Could you repeat that, please?
Are the two of you friends?
No.
Officer Lank got the message, loud and clear. You don't arrest an Albert, no matter the circumstances, or there will be consequences. Even if they hurt an innocent civilian, and the trail of evidence leads straight to their home. That warning likely echoed through the entire department, and it was almost certainly weighing on Lank's mind as he approached the door of 34 Fairview on the morning John's body was found.
He was the very first officer. He never should have walked in that front door. He should have said to his supervisors, I have a relationship with the Albert family. I've known them my whole life. I'm probably not the right person to make the decisions about this investigation.
In fact, Officer Lank seemed so afraid of Brian, especially after being reprimanded for arresting his brother, that he didn't even dare to print Brian's full name in the police report after John's death.
All of the persons involved listed in your...
Wow. So what do you guys think of this? We're not going to watch the whole thing tonight. You guys can go on Microdot's channel and watch it on your own, and we can talk more about it next week. What do you think of it so far? I mean, he's incredibly talented the way he puts together these videos. I've been impressed with every single one of them that he's ever done. But this case has been so bizarre, right? From day one, with the weaving, the weaving of the people in the public and in the government and in the police department there. It's and it's such a small town. I mean, what is it, Julie? 22,000, 23,000 people?
Yeah, something like that. I think 25, something like that.
I mean, that's a small town. And so if you live in that town your whole life, you pretty much know who everybody is, more or less. I mean, you're not going to know 23,000 people, but you're going to know of a lot of people. And especially if your family is powerful in that town, which, I mean, Alan Jackson wasn't wrong in using that phrase throughout both those trials, because when you live in a town that small and your family is that large and has been in that town for that long, and they're involved in law enforcement, government, and owning businesses, and and that I had never even heard that before, that only his initial was in that police report. I mean, that I want to back that up a second before we close out tonight, because that to me is really something. You never do that unless that's there. Oh, shoot. There we go. You never do that unless that is what the person goes by. Like, if the person just goes by their initial, there's literally no excuse for that. Like, that's egregious, and that just screams a problem, right? I mean, it's very Jennifer McCabe. If he was going to do initials, why wasn't it J. McCabe, M. McCabe? Just to put B. Albert, that's messed up. That's really, really messed up. And that there's just so many clues of the corruption in Canton and within the Canton Police Department covering for this family. And I mean, I knew a young man that went to high school with my son who made a terrible mistake when he got home from the military, and he was going through a rough time, and he drove intoxicated, caused injury to a person, not even death, injury to a person. And they sent him to jail for 10 years. And he was only like 24 years old, and he had to go to jail for, he just got out like 4 or 5 years ago. And yet Chris Albert gets 6 months for unaliving someone in a reckless drunk driving situation. And then the other Albert is drunk driving and leaves the scene. I mean, this is just bullshit. But this stuff goes on it goes on in big cities too, where people are connected. I mean, Philadelphia is a big city, and Ellen Greenberg still doesn't have justice because her fiance is and was and is connected. So, MCAT says intentionally left off Brian. So wrong. Yeah, I mean, B. Albert, that's really messed up. I mean, I did not know this, and this is the first time hearing of this police report. So while we're on that topic, and we'll have to talk about this next week. The Massachusetts State Police Collision Analysis and Reconstruction Section Collision Reconstruction Report has just been circulated online. This is Trooper Paul. Julie's going to love this. Trooper Joseph Paul, full collision reconstruction report is right here for our taking.
Where's that?
It's on Twitter, and I just downloaded it for next week. So now we have that to go over and talk about. So we got something already on the agenda for next.
He actually wrote a report, and nobody showed it.
It is a report. I'm just going to see here. Here's your 2022 CAR 000033. This is a date received January 29th, 2022. Time received 14:30. Class traffic crash fatal. Primary investigating officer Trooper Proctor, number 3863. Agency MSP Norfolk. So primary investigating officer listed as Trooper Proctor. Reconstructionist assigned Trooper Joseph W. Paul, badge number 3683. Collision occurred Canton, County, Norfolk, day Saturday, date January 22nd, 2022, time 0015. So they have the time down here as 12:15 in this report. So, and we know that's not accurate. So we'll have to go over this. So there's agenda item number 1 for next week. I'm going to.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'm going to repost this to myself. So we've got it. This just came out. It looks like about 4 hours ago. And then this was posted 5 hours ago by a Karen Reed follower, Kentucky Maverick. According to Sue, NBC Boston, Morrissey shared Turtle Boy's posts and articles about the Karen Reed case in private emails. And then he goes on to say, boy, this situation is heating up. Oh my gosh. All right. Well,
all right. So Sue is on that one. Okay. I wasn't sure if Sue was going to, if it was going to be somebody else from NBC, if it was going to be Sue, but okay. All right. Yeah. Because they got that like 6 hours ago now. They got the whole entire extraction from Norfolk County or like whoever released it. So I know NBC 12 or NBC 10 got it, and I wasn't sure if Sue was going to look at it or somebody else. But if Sue's looking at it, then she's going to go through and take stuff out. So
right, and
that's what we follow for like breaking news with that stuff. I don't know who else has it.
Right. Well, guys, so take a look at this if you can. It's on YouTube on Microdots, and then we'll discuss the rest of it. It's 44 minutes long, so we'll discuss the rest of it next week, and then we'll obviously talk about Trooper Paul's report coming out. And let me see here. What else do I have to close? Oh, I just wanted to show you guys this. I ran across this again today accidentally. I was going to put it up on the screen, but I never got a chance to put it up on the screen, so I'm going to hold it up to the screen. So this is this famous shot that somebody got from trial one, when the day that all the Alberts were sitting there staring and glaring at the jury.
Closing argument.
So here was Karen looking, at, this is backwards, obviously, because inverted. It's inverted. Karen looking, the other direction at the actual judge, probably staring at the judge. But look, I mean, Levita always said, when someone hates you and they're violent towards you, and you're in a domestic violence situation or a violent situation with someone, they have death in their eyes for you. And I don't know how you can get any more death in my eyes for you, Karen, than that. I mean, I remember when I first saw that photo, I was like, man, that is freaking chilling. And I mean, nobody has a more chillier look than him. I mean, I've never seen anybody who can look more nefarious and scary looking. I mean, here's another one he just has the ability to look like he wants to unalive you at, oh, hang on, that's not it. Unalive you at any given moment. I mean, just nobody looks scarier than you, Brian Albert. I'm sorry. We can't make this shit up. So it's just unbelievable. Well, everybody, as usual, I hate it that our Friday nights go so darn quick. I never in a million years, Julie, when I first started doing this last January, did I ever think that I could find something to talk about for 2 hours, much less 3 hours, much less 4 hours. But we always seem to find a way. So
I'm telling you, it's going to get friggin' wild. So
yeah,
buckle
tonight
up.
we had a lot more than just Massachusetts, because we're trying to cover other things that are going on in our world too, that are not good for families, and that are, that we want to advocate for and stand for and be pissed off about and advocate about. So we will. So thank you. Pirouette time. Yes, MCAT. I think we'll have to name next Friday Night Lives Pirouette Friday, and we will discuss the report of Trooper Paul. I'll download it. So yeah, MCAT. Brian Albert has the face of a madman. He kind of sort of does. And yes, Nicole still is with that human. Hard to fathom, but. So we will be back next Friday night with more Friday Night Lies, and calling out the lies and corruption and fuckery where we see it, and also updating you on the other cases with the families and the victims that we're advocating for on Wednesdays and Thursdays when we live stream on those nights, and what I'm doing during the day when I'm working with the families to help them with their advocacy campaigns. So Julie, great job this week and all that you did. And thank you for tonight and sharing all your information with us. I so appreciate you. Thank you to everybody that was live with us tonight. We really appreciate your comments and your suggestions. And thanks to the replay and everybody that was live that didn't chat in the friend zone. Thank you for being here with us. And if you ever have any questions, feel free to email me anytime, and or type me a question in the replay chat box area. So I will give updates from the other victims' plights that we talked about tonight in the replay chat so that you can all see them. I'll also post them on my social media. Any final closing words for tonight, Julie?
Everybody have a fantastic weekend. It's going to be nice, and rest up, because next week is going to be friggin' wild.
Well, we say that every week, Julie. We
yeah,
say
but this
that
week is going to be like extra wild. I mean, it's
Yeah.
like we have the 12th, the 13th. God only knows
Yeah.
what comes out over the weekend with the Morrissey stuff. Whatever happens with Turtle and his stuff.
Yeah.
It's going to be wild. It's going to be wild.
Next week
Rose
will
is
be
going to get up again. So
yeah, it's going to be extra this week. So we'll have a jam-packed content for you next Friday Night Lies for sure. And thanks everyone. We appreciate you. Thank you for standing and advocating for victims of homicide and their families and victims, their families who have missing out there. It's just the worst feeling. There's can't be any worse feeling than that. They're all bad feelings, but we just want to honor and stand for all of the victims of crime and homicide and the missing, and honor the Blob. We have to honor the Blob. She will always,
it's
be
no
in our
7-foot statue. Or I'm sorry, 12-foot statue. 12-foot statue. 17 feet tall total for all of Tommy's accomplishments while Tommy was here in New England, because he got more when he went to Tampa. So
and I've always liked Tom Brady, so I didn't care that he didn't play for the Packers. I think to me, he's the GOAT. He'll forever be the GOAT. And I've always been a closet Michigan fan. My Badgers come first, my USC Trojans, but then I'm a Michigan fan. So I liked watching him when he played for the Wolverines, and he had an amazing career with you guys. And how much fun was he to watch play? I mean, just outstanding.
Amazing.
Yeah, and I think he's doing great as a broadcaster. I actually like him as a broadcaster. I think he's a natural.
He got better, but
I think he's good. I like it. We'll see how he does this year. But my fantasy football team is all ready to roll. And I learned something new today. I learned how to play poker.
You didn't know how to play poker to begin, at all? Really?
I knew of it, and then once you could go. I've been to some casinos where I could play on the machines for fun.
Yeah.
So I used to go with my former boyfriend. Sometimes he'd take me and we'd go play poker, which I enjoyed, but I'm not a big gambler, so I didn't enjoy it that much. But I had never played it card game. I've watched other people play it. I know how to play euchre. I know how to play a bunch of other card games, cribbage and other card games, but I never learned how to play poker. So my oldest
Midwest
son,
game, euchre.
Yeah,
I had
euchre.
no idea what the hell euchre was, and then a whole bunch of people from the Midwest were like, "Oh my god, euchre!" I'm like, I don't know.
Yeah. Euchre is a cool game. That is a huge Midwest game. My parents played it a lot when I was growing up on the weekends, and my grandparents and a lot of my college friends. And so I've known how to play that for years. I never liked that one as much as cribbage. I really liked cribbage, but and all the other card games, you learn as a kid. But Zach had off today because we've had all this crazy weather down here. So my oldest son had off today. So he taught me how to play poker finally, and it was really fun. I'm so glad I learned. And then he showed me the app that you can put on your phone, the Poker World Series poker app. Yeah, and then I got into this video game with these other 4 people, and I just learned how to play, so I'm kind of freaking out, and I'm like, oh my god, they don't give you much time to decide if you're going to hold or raise your bid or fold.
Yeah.
The little clock goes ticking, tick, 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 really fast, so that was kind of nerve-wracking. I had to get off of that, but I actually won 2 hands with people that seemed to be pretty experienced, so I'm like, okay, I'm a rookie.
Video Jesus.
I'm a rookie. So now I'm a rookie poker player. So, well, everyone, thank you again for joining us on Friday Night Lies. We really appreciate you. We appreciate having this time with you. And same for replay. Thanks for being here. And we'll be back next week. And I may or may not see you live next Wednesday, probably Wednesday or Thursday, not both nights. So I'm not sure which night's going to work out for my guests yet. So I'll either be live next Wednesday with Angry Bitch Club or Thursday with Calling Out Corruption. Not sure which night. I'll keep you posted on social media. And of course, the live will go up on our channel, but we will be back for sure live next week for Friday Night Lies. Have a great weekend. Be safe. Take care of each other, and peace out for now. Good night, Julie. Good night, everyone.
Everybody. The feds are watching.
Live. Good night, MCAT, Kathy, Kim, Shauna, Vermont Bread Smith. Gosh, we had a lot of you in here with us tonight. We had our newest new people tonight too. Thank you so much for joining us in the chat. If you haven't been, if you've been here with us live but had never been in the chat before, thank you. Thank you, Brittany, for being here, and Crazy Graham 4. Thank you for being here. And who am I missing? I'm missing somebody. Oh, 3. Where are you, 3? What was the name of that? That was a great screen name, Julie. Oh, 3 Clerk Monty. That was it. There she is. Or he. Thank you for joining us tonight and contributing in our friend zone. We really appreciate it. Screaming Daisies. Thanks for being here live. Sorry if I missed anyone else that was here. I think Good Citizen was here too. Thank you for being here, Good Citizen. And if I missed anybody, I'm sorry. I'll try to catch up with you next time. I'm losing my voice. All right, kids. Good night. Peace out. Be safe.
They try to silence the truth we shout, but we're still here, we're still calling out. Corruption hides behind a badge of name. We light the fire, expose the shame. We're justice seekers, we'll fight the fight for every voice lost in the night. My life mattered is the cry we sing for the ones they tried to bury within. It's just us, we're a movement wide. Together we rise, won't run nor hide. The stories echo, the pain runs deep. For stolen lives we can't just weep. Elected power, but their hearts are cold. We'll bring the truth, let it be told. We're justice seekers, we'll fight the fight for every voice lost in the night. My life mattered is the cry we sing for the ones they try to bury within. It's just us, we're a movement wide. Together we rise, won't run nor hide. We're justice seekers, we'll fight the fight for heal wounds, undo the harm. Calling out corruption, we'll stand tall for justice and truth, we'll risk it all. My